Hi, John.
How are you, Lloyd?
Good.
Got everything you need?
Oh, I think I can give you an hour's worth of talking points. You ready? Sure, I wanted to.
See Rick Schlazio?
The subcommittee will come to order. Welcome to the Ways and Means Subcommittee on Tax Policy, hearing on post-tax evaluation of recently expired tax provisions. Before we get started, I'd like to yield to the chairman of the Ways and Means Committee, Kevin Brady, for the purposes of an opening statement. Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Chairman Buchanan, for holding this important hearing and for your leadership of the Tax Policy Subcommittee. And thank you to all of our witnesses for being here as well. We're here today to begin charting a new path forward on temporary tax provisions. In Washington, they call them tax extenders. For too many years before our historic tax reform, the approach to handling these provisions has centered around what works for Washington, not what works for the American people. In many cases, these tax extenders were a symptom of a much larger problem, our nation's outdated and uncompetitive tax code. High tax rates often drove both the supply and the demand of these short-term provisions. So rather than allowing our families and our job creators to keep more of their income up front, Washington forced them to rely on these credits, these exclusions and exemptions for short-lived relief. Meanwhile, the real problem, our nation's broken tax code, went unaddressed and grew worse. That's no longer the case. Today we have a new tax code that's modern, competitive, and built for growth. We have lowered tax rates for Americans of all income levels and businesses of all sizes. We've taken unprecedented action to encourage and reward investment throughout our economy, not just for a few industries, but for all. We've delivered one of the most competitive tax systems in the world, leveling the playing field for our businesses and workers across the globe, and more importantly, here at home. So the question now is, with all the outstanding features of our new tax code, do we need to keep temporary provisions that are a relic of the old broken system? That's the question we're going to begin answering today as we move ahead with a new forward-looking approach on tax extenders that aligns with the principles and priorities of America's new pro-growth tax code. So starting right now, we're going to apply a rigorous test to these temporary provisions. We're going to take a close look at each of them, asking ourselves and our witnesses, are these provisions truly needed in a modern tax code? Do they amplify and complement the growth and competitiveness provided by our new tax system? And if the answer is yes, what other tax provisions are stakeholders willing to give up to make the extenders a permanent or a long-term part of our tax code? We built a new tax code for the long term. Temporary measures are rarely good tax policies. Those that don't pass these tests should be eliminated so we can continue our ongoing work to improve America's tax code, making it even more pro-growth and even simpler. This is Congress's opportunity to end business as usual with these tax extenders and find a way forward for permanence and long-term status for those that remain. I challenge committee members on both sides of the aisle to view these with fresh eyes. Let's work together to continue to craft the fairest and most competitive tax code in the world. Once again, I thank you, Chairman Buchanan, for calling this important hearing today, and I look forward to working together with all of you to continue our work of delivering a fair, simpler tax code. With that, I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Last year, Congress enacted the most comprehensive and sweeping rewrite of the tax laws in over 3 decades. With our modern pro-growth tax code now in place, we need to turn our focus to maintaining it and making further refinements and enhancements. We don't want to wait another 30 years for the next tax reform. Instead, our ongoing focus will be on continuing to make improvements to the tax code to promote growth, promote fairness and simplicity for all taxpayers. Today, we take an important step in that process by beginning to evaluate the set of provisions which have been renewed so frequently that they are most often called tax extenders. Contrary to our focus in tax reform on providing broad tax benefits for all taxpayers like rate reduction, full expensing, many of these expired provisions are targeted very narrowly to encourage certain activity for certain industries. Following our historic reforms, it should not be business as usual with respect to tax extenders. Now is the time to examine each one of these provisions one by one to determine whether and how they fit into the new tax code. That means taking a hard look at whether each provision provides value to the American taxpayer. For each provision, we will ask, what role does this provision play in the new tax code? If it's no longer needed because of the reforms that have been enacted, the provision should be eliminated. If the provision continues to play an important role in enhanced pro-growth tax reform, we should consider making it permanent. And in that case, we will ask those who benefit from the provision to consider what other tax benefits they'd be willing to forego in favor of having this provision made a permanent part of the tax code. To that end, we open the door of the subcommittee on tax policy to all stakeholders or groups interested in testifying on these provisions that were in effect through 2017 and are now expired. Over 20 individuals and groups have took us up on the offer. We are now looking forward to hearing from 4 panels of witnesses testifying today about these provisions and their roles in the new tax code in order to help us answer the key question I've laid out. Without further ado, let's get to it. I now yield to the distinguished ranking member, Mr. Doggett, for the purposes of an opening statement.
Thank you very much, and I look forward to working with you on getting a rigorous review of all of these provisions. This is a rather unusual hearing. Indeed, I suppose any hearing on taxes in this committee is unusual since we went through a period over the last year plus where it was deemed easier to pass bills without public hearings than with them, and to minimize public participation, including the participation of those who are affected most directly by various tax provisions, and of course to never hold the administration accountable by having any of its officials come and testify about their position on these measures. As Mr. Brady alluded to in his opening remarks, he actually told us that the enactment of the Republican tax law would make extenders unnecessary. He said he would be, quote, ensuring that we will no longer have to spend months each year debating temporary tax extensions. Of course, in prior years, we haven't really spent months debating them. Often they've been included with must-pass legislation at the end of the year, really questioning whether they provided very much incentive and certainly without very much oversight. In 2009, I was successful in getting provisions added to the extender bill that year requiring careful cost-benefit analysis of each extender. It never was implemented in fact. Today's hearing really seems to be focusing mainly on the leftovers and the left-outs, what was not deemed of sufficient value to include in the new tax law. We know that while we have the kind of open hearing process that should have been the process used during consideration of the tax law, that if we extended all 26 provisions that are the subject of the hearing, the cost over a decade would be a little over $90 billion. While that's nothing to ignore, it pales in comparison with the more than $2 trillion involved in the original tax law adopted without specific hearings. I hope that what we will see out of this hearing and the resulting process is that we either include tax provisions in permanent law or we eliminate them. The idea of leaving people year to year not only questioning whether they're extended but suspended is really not fair. And it also reduces any incentive value that any of these provisions may have. Certainly there's little incentive associated with retroactively applying a tax extender. I am particularly interested in hearing this afternoon from a number of witnesses in panel 3. I'm interested in hearing all the witnesses, but in panel 3, we'll focus on the broader impact of these provisions and how they tie in with the tax law we've already passed. I think some are obvious for elimination, such as the racehorse provision. Some present closer questions. Indeed, there's the energy panel we're about to hear from. What a contrast between the way tax breaks were handled for fossil fuels, none of which were touched, one of which was actually expanded so that multinational oil companies would pay even less tax on income they earn abroad than other multinationals, but it has been many of the renewable energy provisions that have been left with uncertainty. If these merit inclusion or extension, if they merit extension, they merit inclusion on a permanent basis in the tax code. So I look forward to working with you, Mr. Chairman, as we evaluate all of these provisions, consider their overall impact, and I hope that this hearing will not be the last in looking at the implications of tax policy for our economy and the impact of what, in fact, happened as a result of last year's legislation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Doggett. Now it's my pleasure to welcome our first panel of the day. Our first panel is focused on expired tax incentive pertaining to energy efficiency. First, we'll hear from the Honorable Rick Lazio, Senior Vice President of Alliance Group. Mr. Lazio served in Congress 93 to 2000. Welcome back.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
And we are delighted to have him appearing before us today. Second, we'll hear from Henry Chamberlain, President and Chief Operating Officer of the Builders, Owners, and Managers Association International. Third, we'll hear from Daniel Bezet, Vice President for Policy and Research at Alliance to Save Energy. Fourth, we'll hear from Lisa Jacobson, President of the Business Council for Sustainable Energy. Finally, we welcome Sam Purcell, Chief Executive Officer of Zero Motorcycles, Inc. Thank you again for being here today and taking the time. The committee has received each of your written statements, and they will be made part of the formal hearing record. Each of you will be recognized for 3 minutes for oral remarks. Mr. Lazio, you are recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank you and Ranking Member Doggett. Good to see so many old friends and colleagues, and also recognize Chairman Brady, who was here earlier. I'm going to try and get right to the point here. The provision that I addressed today encourages the building of energy-efficient commercial and government buildings. It's referenced in 179, Section 179D of the tax code. I'd like to recognize the strong support of Congressman Reed of this committee and Congressman Reichert, as well as Congressman Blumenauer. And on the Senate side, Senators Cardin and Portman have been doing yeoman's work on this area of legislation. According to the Department of Energy, about 36% of all electricity, that's $4 out of every $10 just about in this country, and 1/5 of all energy is consumed by commercial buildings. The cost of electricity is a significant and a growing burden on both businesses and government, also known as a taxpayer, with taxpayers now shouldering about $10 billion a year for state and local government energy usage. That's the operating costs that are built in as a result of, in many cases, excess energy usage. In short, encouraging energy-efficient buildings significantly supports the policy goals of energy independence, while at the same time reducing costs for both businesses and for taxpayers. Mr. Chairman, I speak to you today as the Senior Vice President of Alliance Group. This is a national tax services firm that helps businesses qualify for 179D. I'm sharing my perspective on behalf of the company, which has a national perspective, working with thousands of companies across the nation. In fact, many entities speaking today are members of the 179D coalition, of which Alliance Group is a proud member. My answer to those who ask fairly, why do we need a tax break to encourage the building of energy-efficient buildings, is the following 4 things. 1, the benefits from energy efficiency have a long horizon. They are often not captured in making decisions about costs and funding for buildings, and rarely are they part of underwriting or fairly reflected in underwriting in terms of financing. Second, a recognition that energy-efficient design leads to greater energy independence. Third, our need to continue to encourage energy-efficient design and maintain our leadership in this field. And fourth, this incentive helps provide and encourage designers, whether it's architects, engineers, or other contractors, to spend time, unbillable time, to develop cutting-edge technologies that lead to lower operating costs, ultimately leading to savings for taxpayers. There are 5 specific points I would like to encourage the committee to consider based on Alliance Group's years of experience with incentive. These are recommendations for the committee. Number 1, raise the benchmark ASHRAE standard every time on a regular basis. Make it a reoccurring upgrade of that standard. Push designers to continue to innovate, to do better, and to do more. My company, Alliance Group, worked with Congress in 2000 and 2015, when we did the PATH Act to upgrade it. It needs to continue to be upgraded. Quickly, if I can move through this, in small businesses,
We're going to have to try to hold to 3 minutes because we've got 20-some witnesses today. So
Mr.
if you
Chairman.
could just wrap up 5 seconds or so if there's anything.
Sure. I have the other recommendations that I have. I'm going to submit for the record, Mr. Chairman. There are things I think we can positively do to improve this provision, saves taxpayers money, makes the country more competitive, and I believe it's worthy of the committee's support.
Thank you, Mr. Lazio. Mr. Chamberlain, you're recognized.
Yeah, Chairman Buchanan, Ranking Member Doggett, and members of the committee, I'd like to thank you for this opportunity to testify today on the importance of extending and ultimately making permanent the commercial building energy efficient tax deduction, commonly referred to as 179D. I'm speaking today on behalf of the Building Owners and Managers Association International, where I serve as President, Chief Operating Officer. BOEM International is a federation of 88 U.S. local associations and 18 international affiliates. We represent the owners and managers of all commercial property types. BOEM is a longtime supporter of 179D, and we've been actively working with members of Congress to extend this important incentive since its original enactment in 2005. 179D offers building owners a deduction of up to $1.80 a square foot for energy-efficient improvements made to certain building systems. Buildings must be independently certified to receive this deduction. By providing a financial incentive, the tax deduction helps real estate owners who might not otherwise have the necessary capital to make the decision to design, retrofit, and operate energy-efficient structures. These upgrades are particularly necessary for older building stock. 179D promotes private sector solutions to improve energy efficiency and modernize the built environment. We continue to applaud these efforts, but more can be done. Currently, 179D is the only federal tax incentive for office and industrial buildings to enhance their energy efficiency. A recent study commissioned by BOMA, along with other members of the coalition to extend and improve the 179D tax deduction, highlights the costs and benefits of extending and modernizing the incentive. The study estimates that as many as 77,000 jobs will be created and $7.4 billion will be added annually to the national GDP with a long-term extension. The biggest barrier for our members in utilizing this incentive is the historical short-term nature of its extension. The recent short-term or retroactive extensions don't account for real estate's planning horizons, which are generally 3 to 5 years for a capital investment. Even when the deduction was extended for 5 years between 2009 and 2013 by the Emergency Economic Stabilization Act of 2008, the recession made these investments very difficult. And by the time the industry found itself on a stronger financial footing, the extension was set to expire again. BOMA's members are committed to making sound energy efficiency investments that not only make business sense, but also help improve sustainability efforts. 179D has the potential to do just that. We believe that 179D will be fully utilized if the incentive is made permanent and coupled with moderate reforms that would increase the incentive amount. This will result in more energy-efficient commercial properties across the country. Thank you for this opportunity to testify.
Thank you, Mr. Chamberlain. Mr. Brissett, you're recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Ranking Member Doggett, and members of the subcommittee. The Alliance to Save Energy is a nonprofit bipartisan coalition of business, government, environmental, and consumer interest leaders that advocates for policies that grow the economy while reducing energy consumption. The Alliance enjoys the support of more than 120 businesses and organizations, as well as 15 members of Congress who serve as honorary advisors, including Representative Reichert. Today, the United States realizes twice as much GDP per unit of energy consumed when compared to 1980. That is tremendous progress, and tax incentives aligned with critical energy efficiency policies have played an important part in getting us there. But now is not the time to stop. The United States still fails to capture about 2/3 of the energy we produce, which means more waste and higher costs for homeowners and businesses. 3 tax incentives that help reduce that waste and lower energy costs have expired. The Alliance supports immediate, forward-looking extensions of these incentives that were extended through the end of last year. Section 25C, the non-business energy property credit for existing homes, provides an incentive for homeowners to choose more energy-efficient products. The Energy Department has estimated that if this credit were extended for 10 years, household energy bills would be reduced by more than $13 billion. Section 45L, the Energy Efficient Home Credit, provides an incentive to home builders to construct more energy-efficient homes. Home buyers realize savings from lower energy bills that pay off in just a few years. This tax credit has had a market transformational effect. When it was enacted, less than 1% of new homes qualified, but now that proportion is about 10%. Section 179D, the Commercial Building Tax Deduction, provides an incentive for energy efficiency improvements in commercial multifamily buildings. One recent analysis estimates that renewing 179D with certain modifications would create up to 77,000 jobs and contribute over $7 billion to U.S. GDP. In the longer term, the Alliance urges Congress to consider improvements to the provisions to drive investment and deliver even greater savings. In principle, the Alliance supports the enactment of improved tax incentives that are simple and straightforward to understand and access, strong enough to drive investments and affect behavior, minimize free ridership, and are reasonable in terms of cost when compared to the potential for savings. Two bills are representative of modifications that would deliver even greater energy cost savings to homeowners and businesses. H.R. 3507, introduced by Representative Reichert, proposes to permanently extend 179D and require the Treasury Department to issue regulations to encourage greater use by governmental and nonprofit entities. And S. 1068, the Clean Energy for America Act, introduced by Senator Ron Wyden, would go further and address new and existing homes as well. It also proposes an alternative, performance-based approach to encourage deeper retrofits and greater savings. Other modifications beyond those proposed in these two bills might also be necessary. The Alliance stands ready to support the subcommittee in its efforts to move energy efficiency tax incentives forward. Thank you for your consideration. I'd be glad to answer any questions today or later for the record.
Thank you, Mr. Brezep. Ms. Jacobson, you're recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, Ranking Member, and members of the committee. The Business Council for Sustainable Energy is a coalition of companies and trade associations representing the energy efficiency, natural gas, and renewable energy sectors. On behalf of the Council, I would like to express our appreciation for the steps Congress has taken to enact the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, the Bipartisan Budget Act of 2018. Of note, the Bipartisan Budget Act included the extension of a number of clean energy tax measures that the coalition has long supported. We thank you very much. And while these actions have been very positive for many of our industry members, I need to highlight that there are still some technologies from industry sectors that are now at an even larger competitive disadvantage. Tax incentives in the energy sector should be structured such that the benefits are provided to all qualifying technologies in accordance with their energy, environmental, and other public benefits. Additionally, it is important that tax policies are established over a sufficient duration to provide investors with the confidence they need to proceed with major investments. The recent market dynamism in the U.S. energy sector is partly credited to tax policy frameworks that have benefited some, but not all, clean energy technologies. Importantly, the Bipartisan Budget Act provided a long-term extension for the non-solar investment tax credit technologies, which include fuel cells, combined heat and power, small wind, and geothermal. The Council commends the committee for this action. However, other technologies have not benefited from the same long-term tax policies. In the renewable energy sector, these technologies include biomass, geothermal, landfill gas, waste-to-energy, hydropower, marine, and hydrokinetic. While these technologies provide valuable renewable energy 24/7, they also take longer to reach construction. Consequently, these non-wind PTC Section 45 technologies cannot take advantage of the tax credits that are only extended for a few weeks or a year at a time. This uncertainty has created adverse market conditions. It is more difficult for projects of expired technologies to secure financing because banks value the security of investing in projects with a long-term tax credit. It also can be difficult for new and existing projects of expired technologies to secure power purchase agreements. This is because the extended technologies can offer better value. Representative Stefanik has introduced H.R. 4137, the Renewable Electricity Tax Credit Equalization Act, which would address this inequity. I'm pleased to associate myself and the coalition with the Alliance to Save Energy's remarks on energy efficiency. We strongly support modifications and extension to 179D, 25C, 45L. In the transportation sector, 30B fuel cell electric vehicle credit and the 30C alternative fuel vehicle infrastructure credit should also be considered. And then finally, energy storage should receive consideration. The Energy Storage Incentive and Deployment Act, H.R. 4649, should be considered by this committee. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Peischel, you're recognized for 3 minutes.
Distinguished members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify today. I'm here to ask you to extend the Section 30D provisions for consumer tax credits for 2- and 3-wheel plug-in vehicles. My name is Sam Peischel, and I am the CEO of Zero Motorcycles. In the past 11 years, we've grown from a garage startup to the largest manufacturer of performance 2-wheel plug-in vehicles in the United States and an internationally respected brand. We manufacture and assemble all of our motorcycles in our offices in Santa Cruz, California, where we employ 150 people directly and rely on more than 70 domestic suppliers in 25 states across the United States. I'm also testifying on behalf of a coalition of manufacturers in our industry. Arcimoto is a member of our coalition, and following their NASDAQ listing this last August, this startup 3-wheel manufacturer built a new facility creating a variety of new jobs to fill their 2,000-unit backorder. In addition, Zero's approximately 100 dealers have businesses and districts that overlap with nearly every member of this subcommittee, including HAP Cycles in Congressman Buchanan's district and AAT Power Sports in Congressman Brady's district. I'd like to convey 4 key points regarding this tax credit. Number 1, the credit gets us and U.S. consumers over a key hurdle. Consumers are consistently measuring the balance of performance and price, and over the past 8 years, we've dramatically increased all of the performance metrics of the vehicle while holding the price relatively constant. The price-value gap between plug-in and internal combustion is the final hurdle, and this credit helps us and American consumers to clear it. Number 2, this is a critical time. The success of Tesla in the 4-wheel space has brought visibility, but sales in the 2- and 3-wheel space have been slower. At the same time, we're seeing an expansion of entrants from countries with significant subsidies for plug-in vehicles in the EU and China and India. In the next few years will be when the market dynamics will solidify and international leaders in this specific industry will emerge. Because of the timing, this credit will not only create new jobs, it can set the foundations for a new American industry. And number 3, we are not a powerful or well-connected special interest, we're just a coalition of small American businesses. Because we are subscale and have not yet reached profitability, we are unfortunately not able to benefit from the recently passed and incredibly beneficial corporate tax cuts that are driving most American businesses forward. And 4, it's an incredibly efficient spend. The fact that we're small businesses and we currently have small volumes means that the cost to the government and the taxpayers remains small, while the impact on thousands of American jobs and an emerging American industry can be massive. For us, the clock is ticking. Our peak season is around the corner, and because of this, we respectfully urge you to act quickly to extend this within your deliberations. I can tell you firsthand, you have an opportunity here to do something that will change the lives of the Americans that are trying to build the next generation of 2- and 3-wheel vehicles that are built here in the United States. Republicans and Democrats who devote themselves every day to the hard work of building a business and building the foundations of a new American industry. And we would truly appreciate your support. Thank you.
I want to thank all of you for your testimony. We'll now proceed to questions and answer session. Due to the high volume of witnesses today at this hearing, we have agreed that each member will have 3 minutes to question the witness on each panel. I'll defer my question to the end of the question period. I now recognize Mr. Roscom. You may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Jacobson, I appreciated your kind words about the clean energy initiatives in the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act and the Bipartisan Budget Act. I wanted to pick up something that you mentioned at the very end of your oral remarks, and those were about the waste-to-energy credits. So I represent a constituency in suburban Chicago. There's a company called Graphic Packaging that does a great job in terms of recycling, and everybody knows intuitively that incentivizing recycling is a good thing. There's no argument about that, and they employ 300 people. Here's an observation about what's been happening, though, in that there could be some elements of the, if left unattended, Section 45 can create an incentive that instead of waste or recycling being diverted to recyclables being diverted to recycling facilities, recycling can be mixed in with garbage and then burned and so forth, which there's nobody with a straight face, you, me, nobody is interested in seeing that. Can you speak to, how it is that we can be wise about this to make sure that recycling is being set aside for a recycling stream and not inadvertently being burned for energy?
Well, first of all, thank you very much for the question. I mean, I think the tax issues related to waste to energy, I'm going to answer just very briefly separately. But the first part, I've had the pleasure to work with this industry for a good number of years. I can only share my assessment and what I have heard from the industry, but I know for a number of the companies we work with, they have very strong data to show that in waste to energy facilities, they do very well with regard to percentages of recycling. In fact, improved percentages in areas where they don't have waste to energy facilities. I'm happy to get you data on that. The Energy Recovery Council is an excellent resource. They are one of our members, and they represent the industry. I think in terms of the tax issues to waste to energy and the other 45 technologies, as I mentioned, the way the tax credit has been structured doesn't fit their business cycle. For waste to energy, many of them are owned by municipal organizations. I mean, these are basically local governments, and they operate on a very different timeline than these credits have been in place. So we need a long-term extension so local governments can really do what their communities want. And with regard to waste to energy facilities, if that's, right now that has not been on the table because we've not had a workable credit. So we certainly hope for all the 45 technologies that the committee will consider a long-term extension that's mindful of their business cycle. So thank you very much for the question, and again, I'm happy to follow up with more specific information from the Energy Recovery Council or for others.
That's great. Thank you for your insight. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Oscom. I now recognize the distinguished ranking member, Mr. Doggett, for a question he might have.
Thank you very much. Mr. Chamberlain, you described some improvements that you would like to see in 179D. The estimate we have is that simply renewing it in its current form would cost about $69 million for last year. Are the improvements that you're seeking going to increase the cost of the credit or the provision, or will it be the same? And if so, about how much more will it cost to do your version?
Thank you for the question. Number one, what we'd like to see is the incentive. We'd like it to be permanent. We think the 179D should be made permanent so we can plan with our business cycles and all the rest. The 180 is a lower level than we think it's the threshold for to get these projects really going, so we would ask for it to be increased to $3 a foot going forward, and as part of a permanency. We'd also like to see, if possible, that made a transferable tax credit, so all businesses can use it, including the REITs. I don't have the specific financial impact on that, but those would be the three things that we'd like to see addressed.
Can you get us that impact?
We can certainly get data for you.
And I believe both you and Mr. Lazio tied this to the standards of the American Society of Heating, Refrigeration, and Air Conditioning, that the goal here is to continue to up the standard over time. Do you both believe that it's important, if this provision is continued in permanent law, that be part of it?
I would say, Congressman, absolutely, that we want to challenge designers to push themselves to continue to improve these designs and improve the efficiency of these buildings and lower operating costs. Originally, the bill had a 2001 ASHRAE standard. Then it was revised to 2007 in the PATH Act, and we believe not only should it be upgraded and revised regularly, but there ought to be something in the legislation that continually upgrades and raises the bar in terms of energy efficiency, which would raise efficiency level, lower costs for governments, and that, of course, gets passed through to the taxpayers. So ultimately, it saves taxpayers dollars.
I don't see that in the legislation that you endorsed, any steady increase in the standard, but you believe it should be part of anything that we approve.
Yes, Congressman. It is in my submitted testimony, my written
Yes.
testimony, and I would be happy to expand on that.
I have a number of businesses, perhaps members of your association in San Antonio and Austin, that are part of a group called 2030 that is seeking to achieve zero carbon emissions by 2030. Should that be a consideration in this credit?
I think energy efficiency should absolutely be a consideration, and we should be setting goals such as carbon neutral if we can and all the rest. But But I think we need to realize that those are goals, and for an existing building stock, back to ASHRAE 90.1, it's already difficult to achieve that for existing buildings. When you go from 2001 to 7, the efficiency went up 15%. So when you look at the deductions, the partial deductions of the 60 cents a foot that's in the current 179D provision, people target that on lighting and some of the other things, and there's value in that. But I think we should realize that for an existing building, ASHRAE, it's a good benchmark, but it's already difficult to achieve a lot of buildings.
So do you support including the goal of going, is it from 2001 to 2007 standard?
I think ASHRAE is a good benchmark for us to use as a target. We just realize that it is difficult for many buildings to achieve that, and the partial deductions we think are important as part of the
As you
179.
both get us some cost figures on what additional cost there would be, it would be useful to know exactly what increased standards you think would be most appropriate.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks to all of you for your testimony.
Mr. Reichert, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you all for being here today. Section 179 has put money back into the hands of businesses to invest in the economy by providing deduction to offset the cost of energy-efficient improvements to commercial and multifamily residential buildings. It has also helped building owners realize substantial savings on energy costs and created incentives for the research and development of new energy efficiency technologies. Mr. Brissett, can you discuss how 179 fits into the new tax code, please?
Could you say the last few words of your question again?
Could you discuss how Section 179 fits into the new tax code?
Oh, sure. So most of what we've talked about today involves Section 179D, but Section 179 also has had some expensing. The tax bill changed the way some pieces of equipment can be expensed. And what that does is it encourages replacements of pieces of equipment rather than just keeping older, less efficient equipment in place by using repairs. And generally speaking, over time, pieces of equipment become more efficient because of the Department of Energy's Appliance and Equipment Standards Program. So equipment that's being installed today will be more efficient almost by default when compared to previous equipment.
Could you just expand a little bit on the figures that you gave, 77,000 jobs and the increase in GDP, and
Yes.
how does that happen?
Sure.
It's
So,
obvious, but I'd like to get it on record.
Sure. And my written testimony in footnote number 4 includes the full citation to that analysis. The analysis was performed by the Regional Economic Models Incorporated, and it was published last May. The premise of those savings, REMI produced sort of 3 scenarios, 179D as it currently stands, and then 179D with certain modifications, including some of those that are part of HR 3507. The increase in GDP and the increase in jobs, I think, is tied to the increased economic activity around retrofitting buildings. 179D is a very powerful incentive, and so to the extent that you're doing more of these commercial retrofits, you're building sort of to higher standards, which was just discussed with the ASHRAE reference, you're doing more energy efficiency, and more energy efficiency is more jobs, because those are jobs that are generally local. They cannot be outsourced quite as much, and the energy efficiency sector is really quite diverse. My written testimony also includes district-by-district energy efficiency jobs for each of the members of the subcommittee today.
Right. Thank you for your answer. I yield back.
Mr. Larson, you're recognized.
And thank you. Excuse me. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for this this hearing as well. I think this is a great opportunity to hear from so many impacted industries. But as Mr. Doggett was saying at the outset, I think it's the cart before the horse, so to speak. We've already passed a bill that, unfortunately, and I think anytime we do things in haste without public hearings and without the kind of testimony that is required, and whether it's the Affordable Care Act, which I would argue we had a great deal of testimony on, or whether it's our most recent tax bill, it leaves an awful lot of unanswered questions. And so then we call a panel before us and ask you to decide whether or not credits should remain permanent or whether or not the tax relief that you received was bountiful enough so that you can get along on your own. And so I would just go down the panel, and I'll start with a former colleague, Mr. Lazione, to ask if he thinks that we need to consider extending more tax credits, or has this tax bill been sufficient in and of itself to deal with that?
Thank you, Congressman. Well, I guess the reason I'm here is to sort of say, yeah, there's some need to extend these temporary provisions and to provide, if possible, some permanency or some visibility. You'll get the best behavioral changes if you have the longer horizon, which I think was one of the guiding philosophies of the tax bill signed into law. In this case, these provisions,
especially with energy, the longer horizon view and the inconsistency with how we award or punish people, I think needs to be always reviewed with regard to the long horizon. Mr. Chamberlain, what would you add to that?
When we started this effort back in 2006, we were looking at energy independence. We're also looking at good business. I think it's, if you make
Are we any closer to energy independence?
No, but the energy efficiency goals, we talk about ASHRAE 90.1 and the rest, it's important for us to keep pushing energy efficiency as part of this.
Why is their permanency important?
Businesses need to plan on certainty. They're going to go 3 to 5 years and longer. This allows us to bridge the gap between short-term investments around energy efficiency and then the owner's goals, which can be longer term.
So as Mr. Doggett pointed out earlier, do you feel left out or left over?
We feel left out. We'd like to see this made permanent, and we'd like to see it improved a little bit so that people can really leverage it up and take advantage.
Well, so would we, and I see my time is expiring. But Mr. Bissett?
Sure, I'll add 2 points. One, the federal government already implements a number of federal energy efficiency policies, including codes and standards, and it's helpful to have incentives in the tax code that are complementary to those, encouraging more efficient products and equipments to be installed, encouraging more efficient buildings to be built. The other thing that I'll add is energy efficiency generally supports affordability, resilience, and reliability across the energy sector. And I think those are important attributes as well.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Rice, you're recognized.
Mr. Lazio, the particular improvements that you're talking about under 179D, it deals with heating and air conditioning units, water heaters, that type of thing, right? Lighting, that type of thing.
Correct, Congressman.
And it encourages what, less energy use?
Less energy use at the building envelope, so it could be the coating on the windows, it could be a different technology affecting, as you said, heating, air conditioning, the HVAC units. So it could be the skin, the air conditioning, or it could be the lighting. It could be more efficient lighting. In any of those, and a designer who is involved in providing specifications for those particular improvements, and it could be a new building or a retrofit. A lot of, as my colleagues were saying, a lot of the work is involved retrofits, that they whatever they do has to meet or exceed ASHRAE standards, usually 50% more than the current ASHRAE standard or the benchmark in order to get the full benefit of the $1.80 per square foot.
So, and this is not a credit, it's a deduction.
It's a deduction, correct.
And might these same things be deductible under some other section of the code?
Well, they could potentially be under with longer horizon, but it's the designer, in this case, when we're talking about public buildings, yes, for commercial buildings, the owner can do it. In the case of Section 4 of 179D, which deals only with allowing designers who improve public buildings, of course, public buildings, there's no tax basis and there's no tax paid, so there's no value to the deduction of the credit, and so the law allows them to allocate that to the designer to incentivize them to improve their techniques in this space.
And have Mr. Chamberlain, is that what, I can't read your name tag.
Yes, Congressman.
Have you looked at the cost-benefit analysis of these, ignoring the credit, these various high-standard improvements? Do they pay for themselves?
They absolutely do over time. What we're trying to bridge is the short-term return that people are looking for with the actual long-term return on the investments in a lighting system or something else. This allows us to get that capital
But with
invested
reduced energy cost,
Yes.
ignoring the credit, they pay for themselves.
over time. What we're trying to do is bridge the gap between a short-term return on investment that gets an owner to invest in that property and a longer-term horizon on the return on that investment.
So governments are generally going to build energy-efficient buildings anyway. Private investors, if they get a return on it, they're going to invest in it anyway. Really, what we need to do with these preferences in the code is incentivize behavior that people wouldn't already do. Where I struggle here is, aren't people going to invest in these things anyway if they get a valid return, and aren't many of these things deductible anyway under other areas of the code?
Well, Congressman, the average private sector building in the U.S. is over 30 years old now, so there's a huge existing building stock out there that has another 34 years of useful life, and this deduction really goes to the ability to retrofit those buildings for really efficient and profitable futures.
Thank you, sir.
Ms. Del Bene, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks to all of you for your testimony, for being here with us this morning. As a former startup CEO and now as a member of Congress who has the honor of representing a very vibrant community of innovators and entrepreneurs, I had high hopes when we went into tax reform that we'd be having serious conversations about getting our fiscal house in order and reforming the tax code so we could support economic growth that's built to last. A tax code where skilled workers and innovative ideas can thrive in a stable business climate, where modern infrastructure and a world-class higher education system helps students to succeed, and where cutting-edge research creates breakthroughs and successful businesses. Accomplishing those things would have put our country on a path to long-term success and given every American that's been left behind the opportunity to make life better for themselves and for their families. But that's tough work that requires a sustained and bipartisan effort. Unfortunately, that's not what happened at all at the end of last year. Instead, my friends on the other side of the aisle rushed a bill to President Trump's desk for signature without meaningful public debate or analysis. And now here we are with open questions left about tax extenders, as well as all the unclear, hastily drafted provisions in the final law that our constituents and U.S. businesses are now struggling to understand, in many cases coming to us asking for corrections where the rush process resulted in mistakes. We were promised jobs and growth, but we've seen layoffs across the country, including from some of the Republican tax giveaways' most touted beneficiaries, companies like Carrier or Kimberly-Clark, just to name a few. Congress should not pick winners and losers in the economy, and we should strive for a code that provides certainty to taxpayers, certainty that many of you have talked about today. We should put an end to the cycle of retroactive extensions and jockeying over uncertain tax policies that make it impossible for hardworking families and small businesses to plan for the future. Many of you have brought up this concept of certainty and stability and return on investment. I think these are very important. When we talk about certainty and return, what's the time frame? I know, Ms. Jacobson, you talked about this as well. What's the time frame from starting with new technologies to getting through to having a sustainable business that you see for your companies?
Thank you very much for the question. I think, one thing to understand is all of these industries are distinct businesses, and they have different business cycles. So some technologies can be implemented very quickly in, say, a 1 or 2 or 3 year timeline, but there are others where it could take 10 years to go from the initial origination of that project to construction and then actually fulfilling its ultimate objective. So I think the challenge with this conversation is that we can't look for a one-size-fits-all solution when we look, and I'm speaking now from the energy and the sustainable transportation sectors. They all are distinct, but what we do know is the tax policy needs to be distributed in an equitable manner. We do not want Congress or other policymakers putting the thumb on the scale for any particular technology, so they need to be equitable, and they need to be consistent with their project cycles. So the longest opportunity, permanent or certainly multi-year extensions are very welcome.
Thank you very much. I yield back.
Mr. Meehan, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and Representative Lazio, welcome back. And I'm particularly focused on the issue of 179D, your emphasis on the decisions that are made economically, but I look at what the impact of these kinds of credits, and can you give me your assessment of what a difference it makes, not in the shining, gleaming Class A towers that are coming up that everybody likes to see, but the recognition that in many areas, urban areas particularly, we see an aging housing stock. And the ability to get them back into a manner in which they can be utilized to keep the vibrancy of regions together is critical. And to the extent to which you can tell me that these kinds of incentives actually can make a difference in having that housing stock be retrofitted and once again contribute in a very competitive housing, business environment, which helps the sustenance of areas. And these aren't exclusively big city issues. It can be small urban areas like Scranton, Pennsylvania, as an example. Also, would you speak to the question of things like school districts who are struggling to find dollars, who may look at the necessity to say, if we're going to save taxpayer dollars, are we going to build a gleaming new high school, or are we going to go back and retrofit the one we have? And the extent to which those hundreds of thousands of dollars that could be saved will make not only an energy efficient building, but also the potential that those dollars can be reinvested in other kinds of things which are being shorted in education. Those are examples of why I think this thing is in place. Am I missing anything on that, or is this what we're looking for?
Congressman, you are absolutely right, and you're making the right points. For example, recently we worked with a school district that, and a designer for a upgrade, a retrofit, that placed in geothermal energy plant in that school, saving it about $450,000 a year. That's $450,000 a year. That's less of a tax burden for the constituents. That's $450,000 more that potentially can be used to help with innovative teaching solutions in that school. And you're also right about housing across America. There are 5 million Americans that live in assisted housing in one way, form, or another. There are 3,400 public housing authorities throughout the country. Those are all public agencies. There's probably a $20 billion backlog in terms of capital expenses for the million two or so people that live in public housing, for example. This will allow for lower operating costs, more money freed up, and less pressure on the federal government, candidly, to come to the federal government to ask for more subsidy. So the idea is to make our housing stock more efficient, more productive, better cash flows, less burden on the taxpayer, less burden on the federal government. And we're finding, and I find, as I crisscross the country, we work in virtually every state in the country in helping small and mid-sized architects and engineers and contractors in this space to be able to use their talents to provide for this efficiency, lowering operating costs and lowering overall energy dependence and saving taxpayers' dollars. And it's a win all the way around.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Mr. Blumenauer, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate this discussion. I am a little frustrated that we had about one day to jam through the largest transfer of wealth in our nation's history. I made the point repeatedly during that hearing that people didn't know what they were doing, and we were going to find all sorts of surprises. And sadly, that's been the case. Tax-free farming, we're finding out, buried in the bill. But this is a serious conversation. It's a type of prioritization we should have been doing all along. As Mr. Lazio mentioned, I've been deeply involved with the provisions here of 179D. It makes sense. And in part, Mr. Rice's point about doesn't this, on the long run, pay for itself, it's true. But unfortunately, in terms of business ownership of these facilities, they typically turn over 7, 8, 9 years, and there are requirements they have for a rate of return, which is good or bad, depending on your perspective. But lost in this is the fact that it doesn't pencil for their business model, and they're not going to make steps that would benefit society. It would deal with greenhouse gases. It would help make us stronger economically, and it would help with the evolution of these techniques and products that make us more energy efficient and that ultimately add to the productivity of this country. We should have had a discussion like that before the committee, before we made some things permanent at massive cost And something like this, which I'm convinced actually pays for itself over time if we look at the big picture. I hope that we're able to have that type of conversation going forward, because clearly we've got to go back and do lots of fixing of a fatally flawed piece of legislation. We'll be dealing with that for the next Congress and beyond. But this is an area that should not be lost. We ought to understand the realities of commercial businesses, of government business, and be able to weigh the costs and benefits, not just to the owner, but to society generally. I appreciate your putting it before us. I appreciate the notion of having a continuous process of upgrading the standards, which I think makes a lot of sense. Working together, we can get more out of this process and be able to attach the appropriate priority as we go forward. I'm sorry we didn't do that with this massive multi-trillion-dollar bill and all its warts and running sores that we'll be looking at. But this is one that ought not to be punished. I hope we can take the time to understand it, to be able to weave it into a broader context as we spend a significant amount of time over the next two Congresses trying to fix this flawed bill. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
Mr. Renacci, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I'm actually very appreciative of the panel being here and us discussing some of these credits and issues even after we've passed the tax bill. I think it's important. I was a businessman. I'm a CPA. Many times you make decisions and then you look and continue to evaluate it. I wish we would have done that more on the Affordable Care Act and evaluated many of the decisions made there and learned from panels like this. So I appreciate you being here. I'm a strong proponent of the all-above approach when it comes to energy policy. I also support exploring, developing, and producing domestic energy in an environmentally responsible manner. But I do want to focus on one bunch of credits. Mrs. Jacobson, I agree that our tax code is currently structured in a manner that puts otherwise competitive technology at a disadvantage in the marketplace. I'm never a believer that government should be picking winners and losers. With technologies like fuel cells, small wind, and geothermal already having an extension through 2021, technologies like biogas, biomass, hydropower, and waste to energy aren't currently competing on a level playing field. We need to do something to put these competing technologies on an even plane with each other. I also understand that the credits at issue are configured differently and may need some reconciliation, so these competing technologies are treated similarly as the credits are ultimately phased out. Can you kind of talk a little bit about that and my concerns and maybe what we can do to address that?
Thank you very much, Congressman. And I think very much appreciate you understanding the broader dynamics and the differentiation in the treatment of different technologies and industries within the tax code in the energy sector. I think I would start by speaking a little bit about Representative Stefanik's legislation, which aims at addressing what you just described. Again, it's H.R. 4137, the Renewable Electricity Tax Credit Equalization Act, and it aims to kind of bring, more equity and address the technologies that right now, basically are at a competitive disadvantage. So we've seen what stable long-term policy in the energy sector can do. Just in the last year, the end of 2017, we saw 18 gigawatts of renewable energy generation come online in this country, which is now we're at 18% total generation for the renewable energy sectors. That includes hydropower, of course. So we are now almost on par with our national nuclear fleet. I mean, that is an astonishing accomplishment. And what drove the last several years of growth in renewable energy has largely been in the areas of wind and solar because of the enactment of the PATH Act at the end of 2015, which gave a long-term extension. So those industries have been able to create jobs, attract investment, scale at a very significant rate, and it's because investors had a long runway consistent with their business cycles, and that's all we'd like to see for all renewable technologies.
Sure. Well, the one thing in closing, and I know my time's out, I do like to see simplification and phasing out of all these, but at the same time, they have to be able to compete as they do phase out. So thank you. I yield back.
Mr. Corbello, you're recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and I thank all of the witnesses for being here today. Energy efficiency is the quickest, most affordable, and easiest way to extend energy supplies, reduce carbon emissions, while simultaneously improving the bottom line for businesses. When you waste less energy, you consume less of it. This helps the environment and operating margins. It's estimated that without the gains in energy efficiency made since 1973, today's U.S. economy would consume 60% more energy than we currently do. Mr. Lauzio, you know a little bit about politics, and I want to ask you to expand somewhat on the point made by my colleague, Mr. Blumenauer, on the multiplier effect, the big picture, and perhaps the ability of this provision and this concept to really bring Republicans and Democrats together, because I do see major gains and advantages that both sides really support when it comes to this provision that promotes energy efficiency. I'd like to give you the opportunity to take a wide lens here and give us your perspective.
Thank you, Congressman. Yeah, I do believe this is one of those provisions where Republicans and Democrats can address their core values and find an area where they come together. We're lowering the cost for government. We're helping taxpayers. We're providing for energy efficiency. For those who believe in the threat of carbon, one of the best ways of doing that is to reduce the energy efficiency in commercial buildings, which I mentioned before. 36% of all electricity consumed in America flows through commercial buildings, 20% of all energy. So on so many different fronts, this is a win for whether you're a Republican or a Democrat, whether you're a conservative or you're a liberal. The issues that are addressed through 179D, particularly this provision, Section 4, which deals with public buildings, is a huge win. It's helping people that are underserved, it's helping school districts, it's helping businesses grow America. The lower the operating costs for a particular business or for a school district or for a government building, the more money that you have to invest in a more productive, more competitive way. And that's what we all want. We want a more competitive America. We want more and better jobs. We want better schools. We want our children to get better access to better cutting-edge technologies. We want our energy lower and our dollars greater. And that's exactly what 179D does.
Thank you, Mr. Lauzio, and I agree with you. I think this is a very narrow provision that has broad benefits for our country and for our society. So I thank, again, the chairman and the committee for shining a light on this. Yield back.
Thank you. Let me just say, you know, a lot of us have a different background. I've been in business 30 years, and, you know, so these whole concept of extenders make no sense. I mean, because of the uncertainty that it creates. So our goal here, the bill that we passed, I think does a lot of good things personally, but the other side, we're going to continue to work on it, improve it. That's why we've got this process going today. I think we'd like to get as many of these extenders as we can, either permanent law or get them out, frankly. I think that's on both sides of the aisle here. But I got to ask the panel this question. Corporate tax cuts for 43%. Pass-throughs, when you add it up, are 25. You got full expensing, not permanent, but that's something, you know, for the next 4 or 5 years is very, very significant. Why do you need this extender based on the new tax law? And I'd like to have you take a few seconds each, or if someone wants to answer it, a couple of you. So the question I'm trying to think, as a business guy for a long time, I think it's been more than generous. I mean, our goal was to try to grow the economy from 1.5% to ideally 3%, create more jobs. But I have to ask all of you, why is it when you get these kind of deductions, do you need more?
If I can, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Well, in the case of 179D, and that's subsection 4 that I'm talking about, as positive as the outcomes were with respect to the tax bill and that was recently signed by the president, and you've just outlined some of them, that did not help public entities, right? So public entities continue to have the issue of finding a way to lower their operating costs to become more energy efficient. The best way to do that is to help designers who often can't bill this out. So this is an unbillable cost.
Let me say, when you say a public entity, just so we're clear,
yes,
are you talking about a C corporation?
No, I'm talking about a government, so I'm
Okay,
talking about
okay. I
a
just wanna
state,
make sure.
state, local, or federal building. So those buildings that are energy inefficient, the best way to get them more efficient and to improve the operating costs that ultimately helps the taxpayers and the federal government in terms of subsidies, as I outlined before, is really to provide these incentives for designers to focus their time
So the
on these
companies are
bids.
getting the benefits, right?
Pardon me?
The companies are getting the tax benefits,
The private designers are getting the
Okay.
benefits.
Are they making money?
Well, on government buildings, they're often making less when they're competing for RFPs. Many of them have lower margins than they would
My
on some
point
of
is,
the
if they're
commercial buildings.
making money and they're successful, and sometimes you don't make money right away if it's a startup or something, we all know that, it takes a couple of years or whatever. But if they're profitable and they're making money, I don't know why they need the additional incentive, and I would say that to anybody on the panel here. Especially if you look at big public companies or others, if they've got such a big tax cut, or if they're a pass-through or something, they're getting a lot of consideration on the new tax reform. We have to pay the bills up here too, and we're going to have a panel later talk about deficit spending, which we've created $10 trillion in the last 10 years. So we have to take a hard look at all this stuff. Is anybody else like to?
I mean,
Mr.
for us,
Passell?
we sit in that other category as a coalition. The tax bill that passed was,
Can you speak up a little bit, please?
we sit in a different place as members of our coalition. The tax bill that was passed was incredible for American businesses and industry, but as a group of American businesses that are still subscale in an emerging industry, nobody in our coalition is profitable yet as we continue to build sort of this next generation of 2 and 3.
Kind of a new industry, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
So for us, a fantastic tax bill that was passed, but we aren't seeing the benefits yet, and there's an opportunity to help us create the next great American industry.
Okay. Yeah. Ms. Jacobson?
Thank you. I mean, from what I was describing, really there are a number of industries that are at a competitive disadvantage given the patchwork of energy-related tax measures in the code right now.
Okay. But in your, folks that you work with, if they're making $10 million a year or something, I just don't see.
Well, they're inhibited in the
I'm not saying they
marketplace
are, but.
because they can't get their projects financed. I mean, as I described, they can't get PPAs. They're not as competitive to banks. I mean, we can get you more information, but there are significant competitive disadvantages here. So we have an inequitable system. They're not able to compete on a level playing field.
Okay.
Thank you, sir. Two of the tax credits I mentioned do not flow to businesses. They flow to homeowners, 25C and 45L. Those tax credits encourage the installation of high-efficiency equipment and other measures, and that helps lower homeowner utility bills, which I think is important and is one of the higher costs of homeownership over time. These tax credits also provide certainty, but this time it's to the contractors, which are the local workforces that incorporate the availability of credits into their sales strategies, which is important. If the credits are available or not available on a year-to-year basis, it just makes it harder to sort of close the sale at the kitchen table, which is kind of the anecdote. And then finally, I mentioned S1068, which is Senator Wyden's bill. That also proposes this performance-based approach. And what that does is it encourages a more holistic approach to energy efficiency, because when you make heating and cooling as well as thermal envelope improvements and structural improvements, you actually compound the benefits and savings.
Mr. Jacob.
And
Chamberlain.
Congressman, I would say even with increased capital, when you have a long-term payback, it's hard to get owners to focus their capital on energy efficiency projects. When you have the capital and we were able to bridge it like this, we're going to do good business. There is a long-term return to the owner, but there's also a great return to the communities in terms of efficiency, dealing with peak loads and all the rest.
I'm going to be looking at, if you're getting substantial benefit, I don't know that you are, startup industries might be a little different, but I've got a question. I'm going to be questioning if someone's making a lot of money and taking advantage of the current code, new tax code. I've got to ask that question. The other question, we don't have enough time, I want you to think about, or maybe send me a note or something. What are you willing to give up, if anything, to get the consideration that you're looking for? And so we don't have enough time to get into that, but I do want to just, something I want you to think about, and if you could let me know, if anything, what would your industry or yourselves be willing to give up to get the consideration to make it permanent? And so just in closing, thank you for your chance to come and visit today. We appreciate the opportunity, especially you, Congressman. So again, thank you, and we'll move on to the next panel.
And when you're done.
I'd like to welcome our second panel as we turn to expired tax incentives for alternative fuel and vehicles. Excuse me. First, we'll hear from Drew West, founder and chief executive officer of American Natural Gas LLC. Second, we'll hear from Don Gates, president of NGV America. Third, we'll hear from Stuart Weedie, president and CEO of the Blossom Companies. Fourth, we'll hear from Michael Duncan, the director of sales and marketing for RES Polyflow. Fifth, we'll hear from Robbie Diamond, president and CEO of Security American Futures. Finally, we'll hear from Maury Markowitz, president of Fuel Cells and Hydraulic Energy Association. Thanks again for being here today with us. The committee has received your written statements, and they will be made part of the formal hearing record. Each of you will be recognized for 3 minutes for your oral remarks. We're trying to keep this moving along. Mr. West, you're recognized for 3 minutes.
Every time we take a diesel truck and convert it to natural gas, we're taking the equivalent of removing 350 cars from our roads from an emissions perspective. That's tremendous impact. I drove down here from upstate New York, Saratoga Springs. I'm the founder and CEO of American Natural Gas. We design, build, own, and operate CNG stations around the country. We currently have 40 stations in 13 states. I drove a compressed natural gas vehicle because I was inspired in 2011 when I first saw a Honda Civic with 80,000 miles, and I looked at the tailpipe, and not only was it clean to the touch, it was clean to the eye. When we think about the issues plaguing our country, it's healthcare, and emissions are a big contributor of that, particulates, as well as the environment. Compressed natural gas vehicles are a technology that are here today, and we're very different than a lot of other tax credits. Our tax credits benefit our customer base. We pass those on in the forms of reduced fueling costs and direct benefits to those customers. So I'm here on behalf of those customers that are ready to make the commitment with parity with hydrogen, electric, and other alternative fuels that have long-term credits in place. I have commitments from the best fleets around the country, small and large, that are willing to make that commitment. We believe that this is also a sustainable industry. When we reach scale, this industry can operate with the 5-year extension of an AFETC. We can operate without further subsidies. We've come a long way. If you look at the transition from diesel to compressed natural gas, or from gasoline to diesel, it was a multi-decade process. It took 20 years. We're here today. We've made so much progress given the support since 2006, but it wasn't until 2013 that we had a dedicated engine that met the need for the over-the-road Class 8 vehicles. And that was a critical timing point for us. So we're ripe today. We're at a tipping point, and we can't forget our drivers. Let's not let them go back smelling like refineries. During Hurricane Harvey, our station was up and running. We were fueling the first relief vehicles, providing food and water for those in need. This technology relies on transportation of fuel like to your house, so you don't impact the roadways with 120,000-pound gross vehicle weight vehicles destroying our roadways, which are much in need of improvement. The other thing is, this is safe, domestic, and here today. There's a lot of other things being proposed out there, but no one else in Class 8 is hauling freight like we are today. It's here. There's challenges with electrification and other technologies. We don't have Elon Musk, and I think it's very clear that with parity, certainty, and our industry doesn't benefit from some of the tax reform, and I'll get into that later. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Westbrook-Skage. You're recognized for 3 minutes.
Chairman Buchanan, Ranking Member Doggett, distinguished members of the committee, thank you very much for the opportunity today. I'm Dan Gage, representing Natural Gas Vehicles for America. We're a 200-plus member organization dedicated to the development of growing a profitable and sustainable marketplace for vehicles powered by natural gas, but also using more natural gas in off and on-road transportation. Like Mr. West, we are in support of a 5-year extension of the alternative fuel credit found in IRC 6426, 6427, and also the alternative fueling infrastructure credit found in IRC 30C. 74% of heavy-duty trucks on America's roads today are not certified to the latest EPA emissions standards, 74%. Yet heavy-duty vehicles like short and long-haul trucks, refuse trucks, school transit buses, they're the fastest growing segment of U.S. transportation in terms of energy use and emissions. They're major emitters of diesel particulate matter, greenhouse gases, and smog-forming pollutants like nitrogen oxide, or NOx. Anyone who's driven behind an old diesel truck has experienced this up close and firsthand. And while HDVs total 7% of all vehicles on our roads, they account for 33% of America's smog precursor emissions from mobile sources and 20% of all transportation-related greenhouse gases. Why this is important. According to the EPA, 125 million Americans reside in areas of exceedingly poor air quality. They call them non-attainment areas. And almost 40% of the U.S. population lives in communities that has dangerous smog-causing pollutants. And breathing in these particular pollution increases the risk of asthma, lung cancer, heart disease, premature death. Heavy-duty trucks are the #1 source of those urban emissions. The simple truth is, if we want cleaner air, we need cleaner trucks, and we need federal incentives like these credits to encourage the replacement of aging, dirty fleets with clean, zero-emission equivalent natural gas powertrains. So we at NGVA believe that every child in America can and should awaken a neighborhood with clean air by 2025, and natural gas gets us there. Mr. West spoke a little bit about some of those benefits. Natural gas vehicles are sustainable. The newest natural gas engines with zero emissions equivalent technology produce 90% fewer NOx emissions than the standard. The cleanest heavy-duty truck engine in the world is powered by natural gas, and when it's powered with renewable natural gas, it has 115% fewer greenhouse gas emissions. Natural gas vehicles are responsible. As a domestic fuel, its increased use grows the economy. Our engines, the Cummins engine is made, medium and heavy duty, are made in places like Jamestown, New York, and Rocky Mount, North Carolina. Natural gas vehicles are proven, road-tested, and commercially ready right now. So I ask for your consideration of a 5-year extension for 2018 through 2022 that would offset the cost of these new cleaner-burning trucks and accelerate the investment payback for consumers and job creators. Extending this alternative credit would provide some partial parity with other emerging technologies that have additional credits. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Weedi, you're recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm here on behalf of the National Propane Gas Association, and I'd like to briefly discuss the following 3 tax provisions that have greatly helped propane, a domestically produced alternative fuel, gain acceptance as a transportation fuel. The alternative fuel tax credit, the alternative fuel infrastructure credit, as well as the alternative fuel mixture credit. Globally, there are more than 27 million vehicles running on propane autogas. And unfortunately, in the United States, there are only approximately 220,000 vehicles, despite the clear cost, fuel cost savings and environmental benefits of propane autogas. Since the early 1970s, our nation's dependence on foreign oil has been an ongoing dilemma, but in recent years, we've come a long way towards more energy independence, but I think the more appropriate term is energy security, due to the shale gas and oil methods that have greatly increased supply. The United States is now the world's largest producer of propane, little-known fuel. It's very much a process of natural gas extraction. And in fact, we are expected to grow our supply in the United States 40% over the next decade. So we've got an abundant supply. In 2017 alone, more than 14 billion gallons of propane was exported out of our country to nations in Asia, South America, and Europe. That is enough fuel to convert more than 5.5 million government and private fleet vehicles. Since 2005, Congress has assertively acted to support our nation's desire to become more energy secure and improve emissions. And the legislation that was passed then encouraged the use of domestic fuels such as propane and natural gas, or CNG. At that time, hundreds of companies went into business and initiated businesses, and just in time, they created technology for the vehicles, refueling infrastructure, but in 2010, these incentives started to expire. And unfortunately, they've been only renewed 1 year at a time, sometimes only retroactively, which does little to stimulate future growth or market adoption. According to the Gas Technology Institute, propane reduces emissions 35% for greenhouse gases and 16 to 18% for nitrogen oxides and CO2 and others. So additionally, I would like to add that NPJ's support for an extension of the refueling credits, the refueling infrastructure credits, and the refueling mixture credits is very important in order for us to develop this market. In summary, propane and natural gas vehicles lower emissions, reduce maintenance costs. For school districts around our country who are deploying it dramatically, it's a human health benefit due to the reduction in particulate matter and soot from diesel school buses. So I urge this committee to support our energy security and cleaner air by providing future incentives.
Thank you, Mr. Duncan. You're recognized.
Chairman Buchanan, Ranking Member Doggett, and members of the subcommittee. My name is Michael Dungan, and I am the Director of Sales and Marketing at RES Polyflow based in Chagrin Falls, Ohio. Today I'm here to discuss Sections 6426D and C and E of the Federal Tax Code, also known as the Alternative Fuel Tax Credit and Alternative Fuel Mixture Credit. These 50-cent per gallon tax credits accrue to retail sellers and blenders of alternative fuels. My company manufactures systems that convert post-use, non-recycled plastic into gasoline and diesel blend stocks, naphtha, and waxes. We do this via pyrolysis, which is an oxygen-free process that does not involve burning. Together with 3 other pyrolysis companies, we form the Plastics to Fuel and Petrochemistry Alliance at the American Chemistry Council to promote greater understanding and advocate on behalf of these technologies. We are a fledgling industry that is creating alternative fuels while also providing a solution for non-recycled plastic destined for landfill. Parity and fairness in the federal tax code with other renewable and alternative energy technologies is important so our industry is not at a competitive disadvantage. Providing parity for fuels derived from plastics via pyrolysis will not only deliver an alternative fuel, it will help reduce the volume of material that today's taxpayer pays to landfill. Why? Because the U.S. EPA has calculated that Americans generate over 33 million tons of plastic in our waste stream every year. Plastics are a wonderful material that help us to do more with less, but unfortunately, we currently recycle less than 10%, or about 3 million tons, and about 25 million tons of these plastics get buried and wasted. They go to landfill or worse and are at risk of being improperly managed. Recycling even greater amounts of plastic has become more challenging after China recently banned imports of many types of plastic scrap. Plastics make a particularly valuable feedstock for alternative fuels because U.S. manufactured plastics are primarily derived from natural gas, which has a very high energy content. The Earth Engineering Center at Columbia University has conservatively calculated that if the United States converted all of its landfill-bound plastics to transportation fuel via pyrolysis, these plastics could produce enough fuel to power 9 million cars for a year. There are also economic benefits. The ACC has conservatively calculated the economic impact of plastics to fuel facilities in the U.S. would generate 39,000 jobs and produce $9 billion in economic impact per year. With over 300 million tons of plastics produced globally each year, there is enormous potential to create additional jobs here in the U.S. by engineering, manufacturing, and importing these pyrolysis systems. In closing, I know there are many different opinions about the efficacy of these energy tax extenders. However, pyrolysis technologies are exactly the type of fledgling industry that smart, targeted federal tax policy can help jumpstart. Thank you for the time.
And thank you. Mr. Diamond, you're recognized.
Thank you very much. Thanks for the opportunity to testify on this critical topic. I represent a nonpartisan organization committed to reducing the United States' dependence on oil for economic and national security reasons. 2006, SAFE formed our Energy Security Council, a nonpartisan group of business and military leaders that advocate for long-term policies to support this mission. The ESLC is currently chaired by Frederick W. Smith, the chairman and CEO and founder of FedEx, and General Jim Conway, the 34th Commandant of the U.S. Marine Corps. With 92% of U.S. transportation powered by oil, businesses and consumers have no alternatives available at scale when oil prices spike. And given the global nature of our oil market, a disruption anywhere impacts prices everywhere. The risks of oil dependence require some policy intervention because oil supply is determined by a cartel and traded on an opaque and an unfree oil market. Make no mistake, we remain as vulnerable to an oil supply disruption today as we were before the oil shale boom. There are 3 main policy approaches the United States should take. The first is to continue to increase our domestic oil production. The second is to maintain and modernize our unified fuel economy standards, which have served as the country's most effective response to global oil market volatility since their introduction after the first OPEC oil embargo. The third, the topic we're here to discuss today, is to provide greater fuel choice to consumers and businesses, including American-made advanced fuels like electricity, biodiesel, hydrogen, and natural gas, many of which you've heard about today. This can be accomplished through the extension of the 30C tax credit and the biodiesel tax credit. As noted, 92% of our transportation sector requires oil, and there are just no alternatives. And this oil is traded on an unfair and unfree market controlled by people who do not like us. Extending the credit for alternative fuel infrastructure under 30C is important to diversifying this transportation fuels and maximizing the investments our country has made to date. Extending 30C will increase fuel choice for consumers and businesses, expand research and development, increase investment in infrastructure, and encourage policy changes at the state and local level. Also critical is the ability for American innovators to have a minimum amount of certainty regarding these credits. The biodiesel tax credit illustrates this point well, but it applies to all these other credits. Extending the BTC for only short periods of time and often retroactively casts greater uncertainty into the market, rather than providing assurances. When biodiesel producers don't know the future of the tax credit, they are forced to gamble on whether or not they think it will be passed. This stifles innovations and pushes off the day when this domestic fuel can fully compete. Certainty is as important as tax credits themselves. Diversifying our transportation fuel helps to reduce the need to import oil. The U.S. has spent $2.5 trillion on imported oil in the last 10 years. Two-thirds of that has flowed directly to OPEC members. We should celebrate the benefits from recent increases in domestic production, but not be lulled into a false sense of security. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Diamond. Mr. Markowitz, you're recognized.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. The member companies that make up FCHEA range in size from Fortune 100 companies to small businesses and startups. Our members currently employ tens of thousands of employees and workers in the United States. My comments will focus on two items: the fuel cell vehicle tax credit found in Section 30B, and the alternative fuel vehicle refueling property credit found in Section 30C. That sent a strong signal to the private industry that the federal government was committed to help alleviate initial market barriers by providing consumer credits for zero-emission vehicles and help industry comply with federal CAFE standards and state mandates concerning ZEVs. Automobile manufacturers and industrial gas companies have invested billions of dollars in fuel cells and hydrogen. Light-duty vehicles are being sold and leased in the marketplace today. So, why fuel cell electric vehicles? Because it is the only zero-emission vehicle technology out there now and for the foreseeable future, the next 5-10 years, that totally replicates the current driver's experience of being able to drive 300 to 400 miles on a tank full of fuel, but equally important, to be able to refuel it in 3 to 5 minutes. Plus, it has the added advantage of being scalable. You can power a car from a subcompact to a full-size SUV to a full-size bus to medium and heavy-duty trucks. In other words, fuel cell vehicles offer American consumers the option of zero emissions, zero compromise. Unfortunately, the tax code is currently aligned to skew customer choice by offering a tax credit for one ZEV technology and not another. We believe that the best tax policy is one that is technology neutral. We ask that you extend 30B and 30C provisions in order to level the playing field. You may ask, why is this in the best interest of American people? My answers are simple. One, this American-developed technology, which, by the way, helped us get a man on the moon, will enable us to transfer our transportation sector's use of foreign oil to domestic production, thanks to the fact that hydrogen can be derived from fossil fuels such as natural gas to renewables, keeping our national wealth here. Two, keep America competitive. As the world moves to vehicle electrification, equal footing will not only send clear signals to consumers, but to automobile manufacturers, and will keep us competitive in the global marketplace. Three, smart tax policy. A technology-neutral approach will be a simple, fair, and allow consumers more choice. Four, it will allow automobile manufacturers to meet upcoming state, federal, and international mandates. Five, the cost will be modest when weighed against the benefits. Six, the 30C provision is important for the build-out of the necessary infrastructure to fuel the growing fleet of fuel cell vehicles. In closing, we feel our industry is capable of great things, but we need to be able to compete on equal footing with other technologies, with the eye to always letting the consumer be the ultimate decider in the marketplace. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank all of you for your testimony. We'll now proceed to questions and answer session. I will defer my question at the end of the question period. I now recognize Mr. Rice.
Thank you, sir. My first question is to Mr. West and Mr. Gage. When I was running for Congress the first time in 2012, a constituent brought me to a natural gas, I think it was a compressed natural gas service station in Dillon, South Carolina, right on 95. It was a Flying J station. It had cellophane wrapped around it. And I think they said Boone Pickens built it like every 300 miles along the interstate. Today, that thing's still wrapped in cellophane. Why is that? Turn your microphone on.
Sorry, back in 2011, there was a sort of a debate whether LNG or compressed natural gas would be the fuel of choice. The clean energy natural gas highway that Boone Pickens supported was for LNG facilities. They started down the path of developing those facilities. They never commissioned them because basically the engine manufacturers in 2013 came out with a dedicated engine for compressed natural 12-liter engine that fit Class 8 vehicles' needs. So they sunset the production of most LNG engines, and that basically made those stations useless. Compressed natural gas is the clear choice, and it's
Okay,
very viable.
thank you. Now, these energy tax incentives that we're talking about here, pretty much all of them came in effect in 2005, right? Mr. Gage, why did they come into effect in 2005?
Well, they were part of the of a larger bill that
Yeah, but
passed.
why do we need that bill?
Well, in advance at the time in 2005, we were looking to get. There was a big push for energy independence, right?
Why was
off
that?
foreign oil. I'm sorry?
Why was that?
Well, we had a huge look at conflicts in the
What
Middle
was
East.
oil per barrel at that time?
I don't know, sir.
$140 a barrel.
Well over 100, and now it's.
And we were still operating under what they call peak oil theory. You know what peak oil theory is? It said we discovered all our recoverable oil, and then we weren't going to find any more, and that oil was going to keep going up in price.
Mm-hmm.
So we had to incentivize domestic fuels, right? I mean, we were trying to be energy independent. You know what oil costs a barrel today?
60?
$60 a barrel.
Yes, sir.
And do you know the estimate of onshore fuel that we have now? How many years of onshore fuel we have today in America?
I know we have a 90-year supply of recoverable natural gas.
90 years. So, you know, the purpose of these fuel tax credits was, oh my goodness, we're completely subject to our enemies. Mr. Diamond, you said just as subject today as we were in 2005. I think that's absolutely untrue. In fact, we're producing more oil now in the United States than we ever have, and we've got almost 100 years worth of proven recoverable supplies. So I'm just struggling to understand why we still need to provide this level of incentive.
If I could answer that.
Can I respond to the
Let Mr.
dependence
Gage
question?
and then-
If I could just answer your question of why we need that. For us, it's parity. It's not about finding new fuel sources. It's about turning fleets over to this cleaner technology. And currently, we don't have parity with, as an example, the electric drive folks. The economics just don't make sense. And so while you're asking why stations may have been built 5, 6, 7 years ago and not open, we don't have the number of fleets to make the numbers work on paper.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rice. I now recognize the distinguished ranking member, Mr. Doggett, for any question he might have.
Well, thank you very much. I believe that natural gas is a very important transition fuel to get us to a cleaner place. We've had a significant increase in the availability of natural gas, and much of it is due to what is happening in Texas. I have ridden on the buses of VIA at the San Antonio public transportation system. I know they've invested in some of these vehicles, and I'm interested in protecting their investment and seeing us move to cleaner fuels, particularly in what is a near non-attainment area in both Austin and San Antonio. At the same time, I see this tax credit as being rather expensive. It's over $555 million per year, and I want to understand it better. As I understand it, all of you are saying, give it to us for another 5 years and we'll be fine. Is that, in essence, the testimony?
My testimony is that we're asking for a 5-year extension.
And you won't be asking for 6.
Well,
5 years is sufficient.
When you look at how other alternative powertrains, the light duty does not currently, light duty electric does not have a sunset.
Well, so are you saying after 5 years, you'll be back asking for 5 more if they haven't?
We're asking for a 5-year extension.
And you say the 5-year extension won't lead to any new discoveries. It will simply put you on a more equal playing field with electric vehicles.
To convert more and more fleets over to natural gas from currently diesel. Remember, biodiesel, the biodiesel credit's $1. We're half of that.
Let me be sure I understand this, the GGE, the gasoline equivalent. Can you tell me what percentage of that credit is passed on to consumers?
I could probably better answer that if that's okay.
Fine.
In whether it's reduced price at the pump or some sort of rebate back to them,
Right.
100% of it. We're investing in new stations. Without these tax credits, we're just going to stop building infrastructure, and we're at that tipping point. This is a critical time to support the investments we've made. And like I said, diesel took 20 years to convert. It's critical timing now.
So no part of the credit goes to expanding capital expenditures for natural gas extraction.
This credit is with fuelers and for fuelers and consumers.
And you're saying 100% of it flows to the consumer?
Generally, it's a consumer credit.
Okay.
I can speak to the propane auto gas in the United States. 100% goes to the consumer, the fleet operator that's running their business or their government fleet every day. And just want to add that the third most widely used fuel is propane. It's slightly ahead of natural gas globally. Here we're sort of like the stepchild. It doesn't get much attention, but we do have a prominent place in the market, particularly in Class 6, 7 vehicles and lower.
And if I understand, Mr. Dungan, you have really kind of the same argument Mr. Gage has about, as regards electric. You're saying that unless you can cover this plastics to fuel, you're at a disadvantage relative to natural gas.
That is correct. We're asking to be listed as a.
Do you know how much it would cost to list you, expand the credit?
We're going through an economic study right now with ACC.
You'll get that to us.
Provide that to you.
Thank you all.
Thank you. Mr. Larson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I find this question interesting. It's that old saying, I'm going to ask some rapid questions about, I hate to be biblical, but everybody wants to go to heaven, but nobody wants to die. When we look at this tax bill, of course, and we see the enormous amount of debt that we're putting on the American people, when you really look at it, it's about $2.3 trillion. So in essence, when we're talking to you, we're asking you and you're saying, hey, look, we should be included. There's got to be fairness and equity within all of this. And I note some very far-sighted thinkers, most notably Senator Lindsey Graham, but closer to home, some real radicals like Jim Baker, George Shultz, Martin Feldstein, Greg Mankiw, Hank Paulson, Elon Musk, Gary Cohn, Kevin Hastert, Rex Tillerson, and Art Laffer have said that they would favor a carbon tax because they feel that this will generate the kind of revenue-neutral monies that we need so that we can take care of some of the emerging concerns that so many of your industries have. Would you support a carbon tax? Mr. West?
In conjunction with this or separate?
In conjunction with.
Certainly.
Mr.
I
Gage?
have to take that back to our membership.
Take it back to your membership?
I would have a difficult time supporting a carbon tax unless it was going to be applied equally across the board, and if it's so, it should be based on the carbon intensity of the fuels, and natural gas and propane auto gas
If it
are
was,
very low.
would you support it?
I'm not particularly excited about additional taxes.
So you want to go to heaven, but you don't want to pay to get there. I get it. Okay, go ahead, Mr. Duncan.
We'd certainly support looking into that, and again, carbon intensity in our view is an important.
Mr. Diamond.
Yeah, we've supported a gas tax in the past because it is true that we shouldn't pick winners and losers, and it's the best way to do it. But unfortunately, the government has been unwilling to put the fair price on the externalities and then let the market choose. But seeing that we're not willing to do that, we should definitely have these
According
tax
to
credits.
Mr. Baker, Mr. Schultz, and Mr. Feldstein and others, this produces about $1.8 trillion. The tax bill was $1.5 trillion, but when you look at all the costs that are added to it, it ends up being a cost to the American taxpayer of about $2.3 trillion. I'm a strong supporter and the head of the one of the co-chairs of the fuel cell. What are other nations doing with respect to fuel cell automobiles, Mr. Markowitz?
Well, I'd like to tell you that they are actively involved in not only the manufacturing, but the deployment of vehicles. In the EU, especially in Germany, Netherlands, there is a growing government support for the build-out of infrastructure and in the support of the purchase of the vehicles. As an example, in Denmark, you know that's a very heavily
I
taxed.
thank you for that, but I just wanted to add, because I know my time's running out, so I think it's safe to say that you all want to make sure that you get part of the equity that's involved in a major tax cut, but nobody wants to pay for it.
Mr. Blumenauer, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I appreciate having this panel walk us through a variety of aspects of our transportation and technology policies that aren't necessarily congruent. They face some short-term and intermediate-term challenges. There are issues about parity, the application of new technology, and how it relates to other competitors in the marketplace. Each one appears to be a little different, and I look forward to being able to understand better the implications of what you're talking about. This is part, though, of a bigger picture that I hope our committee is able to deal with. It's not just parity, winners and losers, how we accelerate technology implementation, but we are facing a transportation crisis in this country. We're not paying enough now to support our transportation infrastructure, and many of these disrupt, we haven't raised the gas tax in 25 years, and many of these technologies are disruptive in the short term because they're not paying into a trust fund that is woefully inadequate and getting worse. And broader applications of some of the technologies are going to accelerate that. I mean, self-driving cars are all going to be electric. How do we maintain the infrastructure of today while we finance the infrastructure of tomorrow and be able to have the technological applications that are necessary to have cleaner, more efficient vehicles, cleaner air, and be able to have a position of strength when we deal with our energy future. I was disappointed when the chairman of our committee said he was interested that the Transportation Infrastructure Committee had a hearing on paying for our infrastructure, and he was looking forward to hearing their recommendations. That's our responsibility. And I would hope that we could incorporate what we're hearing today with the broader picture of how we pay for America's transportation, where we're falling apart and we're falling behind. I would hope that we would have a week or two of hearings that allow us to deal with issues of parity and application, but also how do we keep the system going? What are the essential elements of infrastructure that we, not just the roads and bridges, but there are fueling issues for all of these technologies that are in the intermediate term are going to require some sort of public support to be able to come to scale and take advantage of it. And I hope, Mr. Chairman, that that's an opportunity that we could have a broader conversation amongst ourselves, not wait for some other committee to handle our jurisdiction, because these are very significant subjects that I think are worthy of our debate and maybe even taking some action. Thank you very much.
And thank you. I'm going to just go to some questions, and I guess the big thing, these extenders, our goal is to try to improve on what we did. The bill's not perfect. There's more work to be done. That's why we're trying to deal with extenders. I've been in business 30 years before I got here. I can't imagine having to wait on an extender. You might get it, might not get it at the end of the year. Many times it rolls into January. It makes no sense. So our goal, frankly, is to see, how many extenders do we need to consider going forward? Or if they make so much sense, is maybe they become part of permanent law. But I guess that what I would ask all of you quickly is why? If you're in a profitable industry, if your business is profitable, Corporations got a 43% tax cut. Pass-through entities, which a lot of them are, smaller businesses, maybe the propane dealers or whatever, they're a pass-through entity. They got 25% when you added up tax cut. You got full expensing. If you're in the business where you got to buy trucks, you can write it all off, 100%. So the question is, why do you need more tax incentives? Because we do need to pay the bills. The next panel is going to talk about America's going broke. We've had $10 trillion in debt in the last 10 years, roughly. Plenty of blame to go around on that. But the bottom line, why is it that you need these additional incentives or tax breaks or consideration? And that's what we're all looking at. It's not even a Democrat, Republican. Really, both sides, I think we somewhat agree on this. It's that good. Let's put it in maybe permanent law and consider it. But I got to believe a lot of these things we have to take a hard look at. How much is enough? And I'm not referring to just you, just in general. Because, we have a lot of public companies were paying 35. Now they're paying 21, 43% cut. They're competitive in the world. But I don't know why we need additional incentives. They've got plenty of incentives. So maybe your business is different, your industry is different. I'd be the first to admit I don't know everything about your industry. So I just posed that question to you. When you look at what the new tax law is doing starting January 1 of this year, the benefits that you're going to take advantage of, why do you need this? And Mr. West, maybe you can talk to the industry, or if you represent your company.
Outside of the parity, clarity, and certainty argument, we're emerging since 2013 with a dedicated engine to fuel our technologies and to push this NGVs to the next level. Class 8 vehicles are going to work, and our businesses have 20-year investment horizons on the infrastructure component. So we don't have public money like Tesla and $1.5 billion commitments like electric does per company. So we're looking at this to incentivize our customer base to adopt this technology. That's why we asked for 5 years. We do pay federal excise tax credits at state and federal levels, so we do pay tax liabilities to fund the roadways. And electric vehicles, weights and measures hasn't even come up with a unit measure for it. So it's because this isn't going to big companies that are very profitable. This is an emerging bunch of people in the value chain that are building out this great technology, and we're at that tipping point. So I really do believe.
And I realize I don't know the background of all the companies here, industries being represented.
There's a lot like us.
But I'd like to, get that sense of it. The industries that I've been involved in, we make money. And I think there's been more than enough consideration. I think it's been more than fair with companies across America. But again, it might be different.
Can I speak to the national security economic point of this? So oil is a special...
Everybody will get a minute or so, but go ahead, Mr. Diamond. Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. Yeah.
I was just going to say that oil is a special commodity, right? So first of all, we're 100% dependent. It's traded by a cartel. So in 2014, so the price is actually in 2005, $60. China starts using so much more, it drives to $147, driving our auto industry into bankruptcy, goes down to $20 because of the recession, then starts going up because shale, and Saudi Arabia decides to flood the market in 2014, which drives 200,000 jobs out of the oil patch. So if you're a company and you're dealing with oil, it is a very different type of thing, and that is then a national security risk. So we might produce more oil today. Have we changed one thing in our 6th, 7th fleet? We haven't changed anything. We're still paying for that. Two is there's a chicken and egg problem with all the industries here.
Let me say one thing. When I got here 10 years ago, it was all about how are we going to get off foreign oil. We've come a long way, in a sense, my understanding, in the last 10 years.
So I'm all for domestic production, but there is a global price, and that price is volatile. And what they decide in Vienna as a cartel would be illegal in the United States of America, and they're doing it all the time and telling us they're doing it. So these people are fighting a battle with their hands behind their back, because at a time when even they can deploy, the price could be dropped because Saudi Arabia floods the market. So I just think that oil is unique because it powers the global economy. It's 92% our transportation system. There's no other alternative. But two, there's a chicken and egg problem. So everyone here has a problem because they're dealing with an incumbent, once again, very volatile and not traded in a free market. but also they need infrastructure and they need the vehicles. So if you need that chicken and egg problem, you need infrastructure incentives to help drive the infrastructure, then people buy the vehicle. So I think it's unique to buildings, which we just heard about, because there is this sort of dual sides of this equation.
Okay, I'm going to give everybody about a minute if you want a minute or so, because we've got a time frame here, but whatever, Mr. Duncan, anybody take a minute, whatever you want.
Thank you. To answer your question directly, Chairman Buchanan, I represent an early stage company in an emerging industry, and we look at this as a way to continue to propel innovation. Two of our companies in the U.S. are based in Ohio. One is based in Oregon. We just had legislation passed in Florida to allow the permitting to change for our type of facilities. This is a way to de-risk these startup companies and get us up on our feet. And maybe in 5-6 years, we don't need this support anymore. We're just asking to participate.
Is it the way for you to attract capital? Is that part of it?
It de-risks us from an off-take perspective, so our fuels that we produce are more attractive to the petroleum industry.
Thank you.
Very briefly, if we want to be more energy secure and we want to have cleaner air, these alternative options make a lot of sense, not only in the 5-year period, but perhaps beyond. And if anybody can tell us that oil's not going back to 100, I'd like to know so I can make some future transactions. From a business perspective, our company operates with alternative fuels in 45 states. Our experience is we're providing a 3-4 year payback on the investment in putting the conversion equipment on the vehicles. Unfortunately, a lot of people in this realm are only interested in a 24-month or less payback.
Well, let me ask you, that equipment that you're putting on the vehicles, and in the new tax law, can't you write it off 100% the first year now?
That'll be a benefit to the consumer, the customer, the fleet customer who's buying it. There will be a benefit there.
Isn't that a benefit to the companies that provide the service and the equipment they're adding?
The vehicles are 25% more.
Yeah.
If there are increased sales, there'll be a benefit to the providers of the technology.
But if they're making money, they're paying tax on the money, right? And they're going to get a tax reduction.
Right.
I'm just trying to, I'm telling you what I get hit with when we talk about extenders, people ask me, so.
Right. But the business decision process is usually in this type of realm, a 24 or month less payback, and that's what our experience has been while they were in place and when they have not been in place.
Mr. Gage?
I would just say very simply that there are a lot of alternative options, right, when a fleet's looking to upgrade or invest in new equipment. And for us, our members are incredibly appreciative of the tax reform. As the year progresses, they'll find out more and more just how beneficial that piece of legislation will be to them. But when they look at what alternatives are available, there isn't parity in terms of tax policy for natural gas as compared to, say, biodiesel or for electric. And that's a bottom line decision, right? It's dollars and cents, and when you can get $1 in the with biodiesel and only 50 cents for natural gas, it has an impact, and our goal is to try and get these fleets to convert over to natural gas.
So when you're talking about your industry buying, did you say trucks?
Yes, sir.
How much are those trucks?
Well, it all depends. A typical Class 8 truck could cost anywhere from usually about $125,000 to $150,000.
Okay.
When you add the natural gas component, it could be another $50,000.
So they might buy 4 or 5 trucks a year?
Some of our members are very small fleets. We also represent fleets like Waste Management and UPS that are buying.
Let's say they buy 5 trucks, that's $500,000. They finance it over 10 years. So they got, 10% out of pocket, and they got a $500,000 deduction, which they're saving 25% on that. I mean, it seems like that's a pretty good benefit.
Many of our members, especially the larger members, are looking for they keep the vehicles for between 2 and 3 years. So they, as was just referenced, that return is, they're looking more on a payback of between 8
I would just ask all of us, because we do have to pay the bills up here too.
Yes, sir.
Is just take a look at what you're getting, and then what the incentive you're asking us to address. Because at the end of the day, we want to make sure this works for the American people. We're running these massive deficits. And these are the questions that I get asked from people is on tax extenders or any other incentives. A lot of people say, haven't they got enough? Maybe not referring just to your industry, but just in general. So I think it's something you need to talk to the membership about and just ask them, because you represent a lot of different big and small, and see how badly do they need that, considering what they just are going to get, they just got. Mr. Markowitz?
Chairman, I'm going to give you a little different twist on what you're talking about. Also, some of the companies are being required by either federal or state mandates to meet certain performance standards, which requires them to build products that are transformational and new to the marketplace. But a lot of those transformational products are also very expensive or more expensive than the incumbent technology you're trying to replace. So to make this sort of technology attractive for consumers to purchase, you need sometimes that incentive to provide some sort of financial equity for the purchaser. In addition to that, what we were talking about is when you deal with transformational technologies, you shouldn't pick winners or losers. And that, for instance, I could give you a long list of products, whether it's flat screens that came out with plasma and LCD, by having just one tax break for one technology, not providing it for the other, you may be going all in on the wrong technology.
Yeah. Let me ask you, just in concluding, I'd like to have you think about this. I asked the last panel if you were here. If we were to work with you in terms of permanent law, what are you willing to give up? What is the industry willing to give up in exchange, maybe for what you're looking for today, an incentive is a possibility? It's just something, I don't have time today because we're running out of time, but send me a note or send our staff here a note and just think about that. Is there something in the industry that you're getting as an incentive that's not much of an incentive? Maybe it was 8, 10 years ago when we went through the period of 08 and it was a disaster the next 3 or 4 years. All of us lived through that. And just take a hard look at it. So, and also just let me say thank you for your testimony. We appreciate the opportunity to work with you and continue to work with you. I would say tax reform, our goal is to try to improve on it. We want to make sure it makes sense, it's fair, and we want to make sure these extenders are permanent law, which ones, because they won't all make it, but some of them might be considered, and that's our goal. Thank you. And let me just mention we'll adjourn now and then try to come back right after votes or 2 o'clock. So this portion is adjourned. Thank you, Vern. Thank you. the expired tax provision. I'd like to welcome our third panel for the discussion of a broader economic and policy considerations to be taken into account to evaluate these expired provisions. First, we'll hear from David Burton, Senior Fellow at the Economic Policy at the Heritage Foundation. Second, we'll hear from Richard Phillips, Senior Policy Analyst at the Institute on Taxation and Economic Policy. Third, we'll hear from Ryan Alexander, President of Taxpayers for Common Sense. Fourth, we'll hear from Maya McGinnis, President of the Committee for Responsible Federal Budget. Finally, we'll welcome Seth Hannon, Senior Fellow at the Center for American Progress. Thank you again for being here today. The committee has received each of your written statements, and they will be made part of the formal hearing record. Each of you will be recognized for 3 minutes for your oral remarks. And we're going to have votes in here, so we're going to try to get through your testimony. That's kind of our goal. We'll take votes and then come right back. But Mr. Burton, you're recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you. My name is David Burton. I'm Senior Fellow in Economic Policy at the Heritage Foundation. I'd like to express my thanks to you, Mr. Chairman, Ranking Member Doggett, and members of the committee for the opportunity to be here. The views I express in this testimony are my own and shouldn't necessarily be construed as representing any official position of the Heritage Foundation. Tax preferences distort the economy by picking winners and losers. They alter relative returns or the cost of capital of different investments and induce taxpayers to make suboptimal economic decisions that they would not have made but for the tax preference. They make the economy less efficient so that a given amount of inputs produces less output. In economics terminology, tax preferences reduce the production possibility frontier. In plain English, they reduce the incomes of the American people. Let me quickly address some of the 26 provisions being considered by the committee. All 13 of the energy tax provisions are unwarranted tax preferences. The only possible economic justification for these provisions is that they're designed to address a negative externality. A tax subsidy for politically favored interests with strong lobbies would be fairly far down the list of efficacious means of addressing the problem of negative externalities. To achieve the desired effect, the policy designed to address the externality must be calibrated to accurately internalize the actual cost of the externality. In the case of the expired provisions being considered by the committee, the subsidy to the various alternative energy sources is only tangentially related to the externalities that may exist, and there's little reason to believe that the tax preferences are effectively addressing whatever externality the tax preferences are meant to address. In principle, all capital expenses should be deductible when incurred, in other words, expensed. The various capital cost recovery provisions at issue are highly targeted provisions that would shorten recovery periods or provide for expensing for narrow interests. Although there's no particular reason to believe that the class lives in the current asset depreciation range system adopted in 1971 are correct in every respect, those seeking targeted changes to capital cost recovery allowances should be required to provide persuasive evidence that their property is misclassified under current law. A tax deduction should be accorded for outlays made for the purposes of earning future income. The primary reason that people pay tuition is to enhance their future earnings capacity. Therefore, allowing a deduction for qualified tuition expenditures has a sound policy rationale. A well-designed tax system should generally treat similarly situated taxpayers in a similar fashion. Thus, those with the same level of consumption or income should pay roughly the same tax. This concept is sometimes called horizontal equity. Tax preferences or loopholes violate this principle and are one of the central reasons that the tax system is viewed as unfair. The committee should keep this principle in mind as it deliberates. I address other tax preferences or expired provisions in my written remarks. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Burton. Mr. Phillips, you're recognized for 3 minutes.
Thanks, Chairman. Chairman Buchanan, Ranking Member Doggett, and members of the committee. On behalf of the Institute on Taxation and Economic Policy, or ITEP, I would like to thank you for holding this hearing to evaluate the recently expired tax provisions, also known as the tax extenders. It is long past time for the tax extenders to be evaluated and either be allowed to expire or to be paid for and made a permanent part of the tax code. Congress's tradition of passing short-term extensions of these provisions has long been detrimental to the creation and maintenance of a fair and sustainable tax system. While a lot of excuses are given for this, the true reasons behind this practice are clear. First, the goal of passing tax breaks on a temporary basis is to hide their true long-term fiscal cost. While increasing the deficit for these tax breaks a couple years at a time may create the appearance of fiscal prudence, the reality is that their continual extension is increasingly costly and fiscally imprudent. Second, there is a problematic relationship between lawmakers and the special interest backers of these provisions. The former director of ITEP, Bob McIntyre, rightfully referred to the tax extenders legislation as the Tax Lobbyist Full Employment Act. We need to remove the special interests from the tax policy making process, and one of the most important first steps to accomplish this would be to end the tax extenders tradition once and for all. To this end, lawmakers should initiate a detailed analysis of each of the recently expired tax provisions at issue in today's hearing to determine whether or not they serve a compelling public interest in a cost-effective manner. If a provision does not meet these standards, it should be allowed to remain expired. And if a provision does prove to be effective, then it should be made a permanent part of the tax code, but at the same time, it should be paid for. It is critical to note that creating permanency in the tax code goes well beyond dealing with the tax extenders. Rather than clearing out the code of temporary provisions, the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act has created a series of temporary tax provisions that are many times the size of the tax extenders that are the focus of today's hearing. Some lawmakers may argue that the answer to this problem is to make all of the temporary provisions of the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act permanent. But the problem with this is that it would not make the tax code sustainable and would not guarantee any real permanency in the tax code. The United States faces a deficit of roughly $12.3 trillion over the next 10 years, which means that current tax law will have to change substantially to prevent a historic increase in the national debt. Making all the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act provisions and other some temporary provisions permanent would make the tax code even more unsustainable by increasing the projected deficit by an additional $1.2 trillion. To create permanency in the tax code, Congress should embrace a real tax reform effort which would set the code on a fiscally sustainable path and end the use of temporary provisions. Thank you for your time. I look forward to answering any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Alexander. You're recognized.
Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. Taxpayers for Common Sense is a national, nonpartisan budget watchdog. We have long cataloged tax extenders and welcome this hearing as one of the first instances of oversight on this topic. In the last decade, short-term extensions of expiring tax provisions have added hundreds of billions of dollars to the federal deficit. Tax extenders undercut the goals of providing certainty, providing a predictable flow of revenue, and encouraging future behavior. In almost every case, the hodgepodge package of unrelated extenders are attached to a must-pass bill without full offsets for lost revenue. The practice adds complexity and results in Washington picking winners and losers. In the last decade, 6 out of 7 extender bills have been at least partially retroactive, subsidizing past, not future actions. On the very same day the most sweeping tax package in a generation passed the Senate in December, Finance Committee Chairman Hatch introduced the Tax Extenders Act of 2017. Most of the tax breaks in that bill have been extended several times in the past and were retroactively extended in the Bipartisan Budget Act last month. Excluding them from the December tax package either means they were unimportant or lawmakers couldn't shoehorn the costs into the $1.5 trillion deficit permitted by the reconciliation package. The December tax package also set the stage for a whole new round of tax extenders by including many provisions that expire, like the new break for craft beer, which expires in 2019. Taxpayers for Common Sense also has concerns on the merits of many of the provisions we're talking about today. Section 168E3A provides 3-year depreciation for certain racehorses and has been extended 4 times. Other than political influence, how did this become a tax policy priority? Are racehorse investors' profits critical to the country's economic health? The NASCAR tax break, or the 7-year recovery period for motorsports entertainment complexes, has been extended 6 times since establishment in 2004 at a cost of more than $300 million. It is a perfect example of a special interest lobbying successfully for special treatment. Special expensing rules for film and television, Section 181F, a perennial favorite, received retroactive extension through last year. And the December package includes a new provision for bonus depreciation for film, television, and theater that may have greater value than Section 181F. More than half the provisions included in the BBA 2018 relate to the energy industry, many of which were created to provide incentives to less established sectors as a counterweight to longstanding tax preferences for mature industries. But the December tax package left the legacy energy expenditures in place, thereby renewing emerging industries' demand for extenders. So continues the cycle of adding rather than subtracting subsidies. Again, thank you so much for inviting me today. Taxpayers for Common Sense is pleased that you're holding this hearing on individual extenders but we believe the entire process has to stop. And I'm happy to answer questions you have.
Thank you. Ms. McGinnis, you're recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you so much for having me here today to discuss tax extenders. I'm Maya McGinnis. I run the Committee for a Responsible Federal Budget, and I'm pleased to have the opportunity to join you, but I'm also disappointed we continue to have this discussion. The PATH Act and the recent tax reform effort were meant to end the practice of making tax policy 1 year at a time. I'd like to make 4 points. Our tax code has too many tax breaks, even after tax reform. Temporary tax extenders are a bad way to do policy. Retroactive tax extensions are basically a giveaway, and our fiscal situation necessitates that any extensions be paid for. The over $1 trillion a year in tax breaks in our code, even after tax reform, which are oftentimes inefficient, ineffective, expensive, regressive, distorting, and pick winners and losers, are not a good way to do tax policy. They're worse when they're temporary, which makes it hard for businesses and individuals to plan and invest. There are times when they make sense, like if to deal with an economic downturn, to test the effectiveness of something, or to provide transition relief. But generally, they're an outright gimmick to make the cost of legislation look cheaper. Just like the expiration of the just passed tax bill, which creates a host of new extenders that could add over $1 trillion to the debt, or $1.6 trillion if you include all the other tax extenders that you're all considering. That's more than the cost of the entire tax bill. Tax extenders are particularly problematic when they're extended retroactively, since they have little or none of their intended effect. They're just paying people to do what they have already done. Congress almost always extends these tax breaks without offsets. Since 2012, Congress has passed 4 extender laws that added more than $1 trillion to the deficits. And right now, our debt is at near record levels. Debt relative to the economy is twice the historical level. It's twice where we were when we went into the downturn of 2008. We need to be in better fiscal shape than that if and when we enter the next downturn so that we're able to respond. We are on track to have $1 trillion deficits a year starting next year, forever. And after the irresponsible spending and tax legislation that we've just passed in the past few months, we're likely to have debt as high as the entire economy within a decade. So I think it's worth noting that most of the people who are pushing to extend the tax extenders are going to benefit from it. Their companies, their industries, their self-interest. And here you have a panel that is unbelievably diverse. I would bet we couldn't agree on much of anything, except we're all here with no skin in the game saying this is not a way to do a tax policy, this is not a way to keep extending things, this is not a way to borrow for something when the fiscal situation is so bad. So thank you so much for having me today.
Well, thank you, Mr. Hanlon. You're recognized.
Mr. Chairman, Ranking Member Doggett, members of the committee, thank you for the chance to testify today. My testimony will discuss the extenders in the context of our overall fiscal challenges and the recently enacted tax bill. I have 3 points I'd like to emphasize today, but my main point is the first one, and that is continuing to renew tax extenders without offsetting their cost would drain needed revenue, making it harder to meet our fiscal and economic challenges. Demographic changes are putting increasing pressure on the federal budget, and existing levels of revenue will not be enough to fully meet our commitments to Social Security and Medicare over the long term. And at the same time, the U.S. has substantially underinvested in critical priorities like infrastructure, education, and child care, even as we face new challenges like the opioid crisis. The tax legislation enacted in December substantially worsens our fiscal situation, adding $1.5 trillion to deficits over the next 10 years, according to the official estimate. According to the administration, revenues will be just 16.3% of GDP in the coming year, well below historical averages, and corporate tax receipts will average only 1.2% of GDP in the coming years, and that's 50% less than the average over the past 3 decades. The tax legislation also creates a host of new tax extenders, including nearly all of its individual tax changes, as well as delayed revenue raisers. In this respect and others, the legislation that was billed as a historic tax reform has made the tax code even less stable. The remaining tax extenders should be considered in this context. Having enacted an extremely costly and I would argue irresponsible tax bill that will put even more pressure on programs and make it harder to address unmet needs, Congress needs to stop digging an even deeper hole. Extending the provisions that were extended for 2017 would add $92.5 billion to deficits, according to Joint Tax. They should be addressed at least on a revenue-neutral basis by offsetting their cost or by keeping them expired. If there are provisions that merit becoming permanent, there is ample room in our tax code to offset their costs by closing other loopholes or otherwise raising revenue. Second, as Maya mentioned, renewing extenders without paying for them undermines the agreement that Congress made in the PATH Act of 2015. The PATH Act was supposed to end the yearly ritual of extending tax breaks 1 or 2 years at a time, and the intent was clear, that the remaining extenders would be addressed in a comprehensive tax reform or be allowed to expire. Sliding back into Congress's old habits would be bad for both our budget and the stability of the tax code, and it would open up new opportunities for budget gimmicks. And third and finally, extending tax breaks retroactively is the worst of all worlds, serving no purpose other than conferring a windfall for certain taxpayers without incenting economic activity or influencing decision-making in a positive way. Retroactive tax changes also increase confusion and filing burdens for taxpayers and further stretch the IRS's already stretched resources. Thank you.
Well, thank you all for your testimony. We'll now proceed questions and answer session. We did call votes, but we're going to try to get a couple in. I'll defer my questions at the end of the question period. I now recognize Mr. Renacci for his questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank the speakers for being here. And look, we do agree with a lot of things. I agree with a lot of things you're saying, not about the tax bill, but about extenders. As a general matter, I find tax extenders to be terrible policy. In the aftermath of tax reform, we need to determine which provisions should remain expired, which should be phased out, and which should be made permanent. I'm for ending this process of temporary extensions. I'm a business guy. You have to have permanency. You have to know what your future is. You can't just keep guessing and hoping that the government extends things. However, it is critically important to me that we avoid picking winners and losers in the process. So in the earlier panels, I brought up examples of extending the fuel cell vehicle credit included in Section 30B. Currently, the plug-in battery credit contained in 30B provides incentives up to $7,500 for qualifying plug-in battery electric vehicles. While I support 30D, it doesn't seem fair that the purchaser of a zero-emission fuel cell vehicle receives no credit. So I'd just like to hear your thoughts on, it's easy to just say, let's end them. The problem is, if you end them today, you are picking winners and losers because some credits have extended already and others haven't. So I'd love to hear your thoughts on how do we bring this plane down slowly, which is the way we should do things, and end them all or make them permanent, but be fair between businesses and make sure that we're not picking winners and losers. So anyone on the panel that wants to?
I think that a couple of thoughts. One, and this is probably not exactly what you had in mind, but I think that if you took all of the expenditures and the individual breaks in the corporate code, as well as the temporary provisions, and tried to kind of look at transitions out of all of them, that would raise a lot of revenue. The tax bill would be much closer to pay for. And because the corporate rate was reduced so significantly because of the depreciation and expensing and pass-through rules, people aren't necessarily going to feel the pain of losing an individual break at this moment when they just got a significant rate reduction. So I would say this is a good time to start landing the plane slowly, and it may not be, if you do wait 5 years, you'll probably have to land it a lot more slowly than you would if you did it now.
Well, I'm not saying land it. I'm not saying, maybe you forgot, we still have ones that we've already extended to 2017. So now if you don't extend, if you don't keep par, we do pick winners and losers. So I'm trying to figure out a way to make sure that we can keep this. We shouldn't be picking winners and losers just because they got a credit extension. By the way, the other thing is some businesses already relied on that 2017 credit being extended.
Right. No, and I hear you, and I think that's, it's certainly the case that people were relying on it because they could, because it's always happened in the past. But I think that given the significant changes to the corporate code, if you took all of the expenditures and individual breaks in the permanent code, already extended, and the ones that recently expired, and said, let's figure out quickly which ones really have to be part of the permanent code, because probably most of them don't. They just got a significant rate reduction, and this is the time when they could afford to lose a break.
Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
I guess he's all set. I now recognize the distinguished ranking member, Mr. Doggett, for any questions he might have.
Thank you for the valued testimony of each of you. I think, in short, any preference or credit or tax break that's worth having that really serves the public interest is worth putting in the permanent tax code and worth paying for. I want to salute each of you for your leadership and testimony today, but I particularly want to focus on Ms. McGinnis and the Committee for Responsible Federal Budget, because when the Republican deficit hawks flew south for the winter, when they engaged in what I think is total hypocrisy by adding trillions more to our national debt. You continued to advance staunch, principled advocacy for fiscal responsibility. You conveyed the facts, not just the myths, about the true cost of this Republican Trump tax monstrosity. As you say in your written testimony, this tax law, quote, made an already bad fiscal situation stunningly worse. And so now we reach today, and in addition to coming here to testify this morning, Chairman Brady apparently also announced that he and President Trump will soon attempt to force through another $400 to $500 billion of unpaid tax elixir that will make the situation even worse. We know that for years, large multinationals with armies of tax lawyers, lobbyists, and political action committees have exploited loopholes to strip profits out of America and have them magically reappear in some island tax haven. We've had estimates of offshoring and tax dodging costing as much as $100 billion every year. The Joint Tax Staff demonstrated that the Republican tax bill had no effect on this. Not only did it not raise any revenue by closing these loopholes, the Republican bill actually expanded the loopholes and added another $14 billion in lost revenue from these international loopholes. Mr. Phillips, I would ask you whether or not it's correct that the Trump Republican tax bill, by establishing a tax rate for international investments made in other countries that is seldom more than half the rate that's charged for investments here in America and often may be zero, and the second provision that establishes an arbitrary 10% tax-exempt rate on overseas tangible investments, whether all of that doesn't significantly increase the incentives for offshoring both profits and American jobs.
Yes, absolutely. On the one hand, it incentivizes moving profits offshore because the lower rate means that companies, if they can shift their profits over there, can pay the lower rate. And then also, I think more disturbingly, is that it actually creates an incentive to move more jobs offshore, because if you actually move those tangible assets offshore and actually make a new factory offshore, then you can actually get a tax break for that.
And Ms. McGinnis, you wanted to add a word in response to the last comments that were made?
Thank you, Ryan. I thought in many ways we had picked the winners and losers when we decided what we were going to do in the tax bill. And we created sort of winners for everybody, and I suppose the losers was the national debt and the future and economic growth. But we made those decisions in the PATH Act. We made those decisions in tax reform. So I was going to take issue with it now is when we're making those decisions. But I would say I have no judgment that I'm sharing at the moment on each individual tax extender. Some make more sense than others. But the ones that you decide you want to keep, by all means, if you pay for them. But the whole point is when your debt is where it is right now, growing faster than the economy, we can't continue to do things that we put on the national credit card.
Well, thank you. We're going to take. Thank you. We're going to take a quick recess. We've got to go vote, and then we'll be right back, and we'll pick it up from there. Thanks.
That's why we still got another panel, don't we?
Yeah. Okay, do we have a schedule who wants to? If not, I can just go to Mr. Larson. I know he's got some questions.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, you got that green tie, you're working it.
Oh, yeah, every day,
Got Irish questions. Take it away here.
Okay, let me just. Huh? Mr. Reed now? Okay. Call the meeting back to order. Mr. Reed, you're recognized.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for allowing me to participate in this subcommittee, not being on the subcommittee this session, but I appreciate the opportunity to address the panel and to specifically focus in on a provision that I know has caused some concern by members of the panel in regards to the motorsports speed track depreciation bill that we've been a proud supporter of. With Watkins Glen being in the district, I can tell you firsthand, having experienced that race weekend, looking at the economic impact statements from the facility, generating $81 million worth of economic activity. And for an area of Western New York like us, that we represent, being a poor rural area, primarily agriculturally based, having $80 million plus in an economic activity in our backyard is something I'm very sensitive to. Not only because of that economic impact, but the jobs that are located, associated with that weekend, as well as throughout the year that track represents. And I know there's been some concern raised by this panel, Mr. Chairman, about the need for an extender such as motorsports, but I will tell you, having looked into this industry in very close detail, and when I see an investment, for example, in the Daytona track, that represented 1% of the entire U.S. steel output, of United States Steel going into that investment to the tune of millions of dollars, and the jobs that are associated with the steel production of 1% for one type of project. And to see and hear an argument, Mr. Chairman, raised that individuals making these investments should not get what I think was a cornerstone of tax reform, which was the immediate ability to write off your investments as an economic catalyst, as an economic growth, in regards to that depreciation schedule going down to immediate write-off, and encourage that type of investment. When we see an investment such as what we saw with Daytona, with 1% of the steel going into that thing, I think it's only right that we treat these types of investments just like we do and encourage the other types of investments across America when they are able to write off their entire investment in the first year. And so I come here today to be an advocate for this provision in particular, as well as if the trade-off is to make this permanent, I am all for it. I am all for making all tax extenders permanent and making part of the code so that we have the ability to plan, that we have the ability to rely upon a tax code rather than go through the extenders process that we've historically engaged in here. So I appreciate the sentiment of the panel, and I am just concerned. Does anybody have any response to the concern that I would raise that by treating these individuals differently, by having them have such a long-term depreciation, you lose that economic impact that we're trying to encourage with the full and immediate expensing provisions of tax reform? And I know my time has expired, so if you could respond to our inquiry in writing, I would greatly appreciate it.
I can do that.
I'm out of time, but I'll defer to the chairman.
Thank you. Mr. Larson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank the panelists again, and I got an opportunity to speak with them just before we're leaving for the vote, and I especially appreciate their concern about the national debt. In one of the previous panels, I said it seems like everybody wants to go to heaven, but nobody wants to die. Everybody loves a tax cut, but nobody likes to pay for it. And so I was saying to them before the break that we have a number of prominent Americans, including Jim Baker, George Shultz, Martin Feldstein, Greg Mankiw, Hank Paulson, Elon Musk, Gary Cohn, Rex Tillerson, Art Laffer, to name a few, who favor a tax on carbon. I wonder what the panelists think about that, and I'll start with Mr. Hanlon. Would you favor it? Hanlon, would you favor it? Yes or no?
I would. I mean, I think it, oh, sorry.
Ms. McGinnis?
Yes.
Ms. Alexander?
Yes, we've been in favor of a carbon tax for 23 years.
Yes, Mr.
Yes, especially if it was offset for low-income people.
Yes.
No.
So 4 out of the 5 of you would favor it because it does produce the kind of revenue that Mr. Baker, Mr. Schultz, and others recognize. You know, whether it's revenue neutral or not, we can't keep on the current course that we are. And the primary concern that I have, and I want to get back to something Mr. Hanlon raised, is that I may have been born at night, but not last night. Or as my Irish grandfather would say, trust everyone but cut the cards. When it comes to this tax cut, it seems like we're going to be in a position where we're out of revenue and unable to, voila, fund Social Security and Medicare at a time of its greatest need. And so therefore, I think it vitally important that we come up with means of funding programs that otherwise will get cut. I think that was your point, Mr. Hanlon. Am I correct?
Yes, and certainly don't make the problem even worse by enacting new tax cuts or extending new tax cuts without paying for them.
I wonder what the Heritage Foundation thinks that we're going to do with 10,000 baby boomers a day retiring. 10,000 a day. And we have our head in the sand on the other side of the aisle with respect to what we're going to do other than cut their benefits and raise their ages. This, to me, is not a solution for the American people. That's a sentence. And at a time when we find so many Americans that are underwater for a number of reasons, not the least of which are working women in this country who are retiring into poverty, and we find the committee that can correct it sitting silent here, making enormous cuts for the very wealthy in our country. But for working women, I don't even think we can do Social Security. We're going to, for you, we'll raise your age and we'll lower your benefits. That seems to be the path we'll go.
That's not the path that the Heritage Foundation has recommended, although we certainly believe that a central aspect of addressing our budgetary problems is entitlement reform. But the core to it, I believe...
Excuse me, entitlement? Is Social Security an entitlement?
Yes, Congressman.
It's called FICA, right? Is that federal insurance contribution? A contribution is an entitlement. Whose contribution? The people of this country's contribution? You guys call that a entitlement. That's a fraud. People pay for this insurance, and then you tell them it's an entitlement.
Well, Social Security is a relatively tractable problem and can be addressed. Medicare...
That's right, and it's not an entitlement. Would you admit that for the record?
No, because...
Faced with the facts, that is FICA not a federal insurance contribution act where it comes from?
The benefits are tangentially related to the contribution.
Tangentially? When it comes out of my paycheck, that's tangential?
No.
That's very specific. It comes out of my paycheck, and I do it every single week or biweekly or monthly, and you say, oh no, it's an entitlement.
I believe that you're probably aware the benefit formulas do not correspond.
And why is that so? Because it hasn't been actuarially adjusted since 1983.
That's correct.
In the private sector and insurance sector, which I know a little bit about, they would have adjusted it. We didn't. That's government's responsibility.
I guess we probably can agree that it needs to be adjusted. I guess I don't understand why liberals and conservatives can't find common ground in reforming Medicare, Social Security, and some of the other programs so that affluent people have to pay close to the cost of providing the benefits.
I would agree with you on common ground. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Ms. Delbeni, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks to all of you for being with us today. I'm deeply concerned that we're sitting here talking about a host of narrow tax extenders, while, as noted, Republicans have in essence created a host of new ones in their tax bill that will impact American families directly. Mr. Phillips, in your testimony, you state that, quote, if Congress were to make permanent all the temporary tax provisions today, Fiscal reality will force them to overhaul the tax code again in a few years to raise more revenue, end quote. So let's be very clear. What you're saying is that Republicans and President Trump chose to give corporations a massive permanent tax cut, and they have now boxed themselves in a situation where American families will ultimately face a tax increase because someone has to pay for all the debt that's piling up. Is that correct?
Yes, absolutely. I mean, there's no way we can sustain trillion-dollar deficits into the future without raising taxes.
Now, Chairman Brady just today said that the committee would consider actually, or his quote was that while the tax cuts for families were long-term, they're not yet permanent, so that we're going to address issues like that going forward. So wouldn't that make the situation even worse, given the tax cut that's already been granted to corporations?
Yeah, I think that the current tax cut has already made the situation relatively dire, and adding more tax cuts on top of that would be absolutely disastrous.
So do you see these same problems as we talk about tax extenders generally?
Yeah, I think that they made much larger portions of the code temporary, and extending those even further is much larger than the things we're talking about today.
So you would agree that we should be making decisions on tax policy and actually look at the long-term impacts of those decisions so that we are making smart decisions that would impact the fiscal situation for our country over the long term?
Absolutely. I think we should evaluate each of these extenders, but I also think we should evaluate the much bigger provisions that are permanent part of the code.
And wouldn't you agree for long-term, for the long-term health of our economy, that making smart decisions today actually impacts families and businesses going forward versus making decisions that short-term may provide a tax cut, but long-term actually really make our economy weaker?
Absolutely, and debt service is one of our biggest expenses, and this will only make that worse.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Blumenauer. You're recognized.
I appreciate you being here. I found it very useful to listen to your testimony, particularly Ms. Alexander, Ms. McGinnis. I appreciate your consistent voice in terms of talking about challenges and seeking an opportunity for us to be more intentional about these tax policies. I appreciate your calling out a few of the provisions that really, like racehorses or whatever, but the code is replete with them. Do you envision, either of you with the work that you've done, an opportunity for us, because you've done different things in the public space to try and highlight some of these challenges? Do you have some thoughts about a way that we might be able to engage the public and Congress dealing with specifics that probably, if they were in the spotlight, would not withstand scrutiny? I mean, I appreciate what the chairman is doing, asking people to come in and justify various extenders. We don't do that. And I'm wondering if you have any thoughts about a process that might help us over that hurdle.
I mean, I really wish I could solve the big picture problem with a sentence. But I mean, I think that our experience, and I know Congressman Blumenauer, you know, our work at Taxpayers for Common Sense is that you can engage the public through examples because the numbers are numbing, and people understand, the bridge to nowhere, and they understand. I mean, we're not going to go bankrupt as a country because of the racehorse tax rate, but there's no chance that it was a decision made based on priorities, and people can then understand the larger problem. The question is how to move them towards thinking that there's a solution that can be bipartisan and enduring, and that will last. And I think that's where I think we're all looking for ways to find a way to engage the public effectively on that.
Because you referenced the deficit that is going to be fundamentally different. I think, Ms. McGinnis, you talked about the stage set for $1 trillion a year deficit starting next year in perpetuity. Might the deficit be a hook, that we can engage people to go at this slightly different?
I do think trillion-dollar deficits may turn out to be a wake-up call. To have trillion-dollar deficits during a time of economic prosperity is obviously unprecedented, and the situation's only going to get worse. One thought I had about your question was, and this is something that should have happened before tax reform, but if you'll remember Simpson Bowles, they had an idea where they would get rid of all tax expenditures. And then you would go through and you'd evaluate each one, and they'd bring rates down as low as you could, and it would have been like 8 and 12 and 18%, super low on the individual side, corporate rate of higher than it is today, but it would have been lower. And then you would decide which tax expenditures were worth buying back. If you want the home mortgage interest deduction or the health care exclusion or racetrack subsidies, is it worth the fact that you'd have to pay for them in higher rates? And I think the problem is that we have no trade-offs in our budget right now. If you just put everything on the national credit card, it seems to be free. And so I think we have to do the whole trade-offs in order to evaluate the situation. I think we also have to learn to have civil discourse in all of this. We're going to disagree. And I'm just going to say it. Congressman Larson, I give you credit on your Social Security bill because you have a bill that addresses the problem, and there are so many people who have ignored it. But I also think it's not fair to yell at somebody who disagrees with you. I think we have to have a more civil, and you're going to yell at me, I'm sorry for saying it, but I want us to have a civil discussion.
Because what happens when you only have 3 minutes and you can't even get a
You had
vote
4.5.
hearing, that's what causes frustration.
I understand that. I do really.
This was my time.
And I do thank you for having a Social Security bill, which is what we need more of. You've been one of the people who've talked about that we do need to address it.
I appreciate your summary point about there are no trade-offs as long as it's on the national credit card, and we've just been through 2 episodes of that.
That's right. We have this kind of fiscal free lunch attitude that everything will pay for itself or we don't have to offset anything. And now I'm afraid we're going to keep doing it until something stops us and says, if it's worth doing, it's worth paying for.
I think the one thing I would add is that when I travel, I very frequently hear people say, well, they passed the Budget Control Act, and so they did something. And not once has Congress lived by the limits that they set for themselves. It's just about making the choices, not promising to make the choices or promising to make the cuts or raise the revenue. Just got to do it.
Okay, I'm going to try to wrap it up. We're talking about budgets, so it's something that I was motivated about coming here as my #1 issue, and I ran an 06 cycle and got elected in 07. We're about $9 trillion in debt, 8.7, I kind of recall. If you go back there, you can check it. We've run $10 trillion in the last 10 years. So when we talk about, where we're at in the budget and where we're going forward, we had 1%, 1.5% growth, slowest economy in 10 years. So there's a lot of blame to go around. We have run trillion-dollar deficits the last 10 years. And if you look back in the last 50 years, we balanced the budget 5 times out of the last 50. You had 49 out of 50 governors have a constitutional balanced budget amendment. The first bill I filed here, the first week I was here, is a constitutional balanced budget amendment. Why? Because we're incapable of dealing with the spending problem that we've got up here. You could tax spending, however you want to get at it. My point is, being from Florida, if you have a bad economy, a tough economy like 08, 9, 10, you make the adjustments. That's what you do in business. But unfortunately, we don't do it up here. We just blame each other. And we should find a way we can work together, but the best way we could work together is got to get a constitutional balanced budget amendment that simply means you don't spend more than you take in. You make the hard choices. If you want to spend more, you go to the taxpayers and make your argument. That's what we should be doing up here. That's the way everybody else on the planet, or at least in America, that's the way they operate. That's why, mayors and governors, we've had a tough budget this time. They had to make some tough choices on where they're going to park their money. So short of that, and I think in terms of tax reform, just my opinion, what we've been doing hasn't worked. 1.5% growth. The last 50 years of slowest growth we've had in 50 years. The idea is, can we get to a 3% growth, add some GDP? They claim the tax bill, nonpartisan group, Tax Foundation, claims it'll create another $5 trillion in economic GDP growth in the next 10 years with the average of 2.9%. So we'll see. But my point is, more important than that, We need a constitutional balanced budget amendment that we should do together and make those difficult and hard choices, because there are, as someone mentioned over here, 10,000 people a day turning 65. My mother-in-law staying with me, she's 99. Her sister's 101 and 103. These programs have been put in place in the 30s and the 60s. And as a good friend of mine said to me, Democrat leader, said, we got to get in the boat together. We got to deal with these challenges. And I kind of agree in terms of Social Security. That's something not only he pays in, but a lot of people forget, because I was an employer 30 years. He pays in half. His employers, a part of his fringe benefits, is paying the other half, and that's his money. So, but as you look at Medicare and health care, you know, that's a whole nother subject in terms of the cost factors and where that's going forward. So I could spend time on that, but the bottom line, I know all of you are attuned to that. Let me ask any of you, and I think a lot of us feel, Democrats and Republicans, in terms of these tax extenders, the tax reform, as I've said earlier to earlier groups, we got a 43% corporate tax cut. You got 25% when you add it up on the pass-throughs. Most companies in America, 90% are pass-throughs. You got full expensing. Why do you need extenders? So the thought is, that's why we're doing this. We're going to take a look at all these extenders, figure out there are probably some that might make some sense, make it permanent law, and get out of the extender business. That's why we're doing these hearings, looking to try to improve this. So let me ask you, put you on the spot a little bit, if you look through the 28 or 30 extenders, some of you have, are there any in there that should be permanent law, in your opinion, or would you just say none of them should be? But I'd be interested in any of the panelists, any thoughts that you might have on this issue.
I have looked through all of them. I think in terms of ones that have a reasonable policy rationale, the primary one would be the tuition deduction, above the line deduction, because the primary reason that people pay for tuition is to increase their future earnings capacity. I also understand entirely, although it's not a tax policy reason, why you don't want to send a massive tax bill to an insolvent homeowner because some of their mortgage was discharged. And in point of fact, a large portion of that would probably ultimately be discharged in bankruptcy in any event. As to the capital cost recovery ones, that's an empirical question. Ultimately, both modified ACRS and ACRS key off of a series of decisions made by the Nixon Treasury Department in 1971, the so-called asset depreciation range classifications. And there's no reason to believe that they got every decision right. There may be some mistakes in classification, particularly as the economy has evolved over the past roughly 40 years. But any targeted provision with respect to capital cost recovery like that should be held to a high evidentiary standard that, in point of fact, Treasury got it wrong in the 70s. But that doesn't mean that they're necessarily, the interest involved is necessarily wrong. They should just have to prove it.
Well, someone mentioned on the panel today, I thought, the extenders about $1 trillion. I don't know if that's what it was. I think it's what it was. It might not be so much today because few things have changed ideally. But I don't know if that's the true case or not. But I think obviously we want to look at all these extenders, make sure they make sense. I don't want to see personally myself people double dipping. I think it's more than fair that what's been put in place. However, there might be some things that do make a difference. But I don't want someone to just cut their tax bill by a third and then coming back and say they need an extender. You know, a large corporation or anybody else, or a medium-sized pass-through or whatever it might be. Mr. Phillips, you got everybody. I'll give you a minute or two just to think about it. Are there any extenders that you've looked at that you think deserve some consideration? I'm sure there are some, but maybe you might say no. But I'm just curious as a wrap-up with the panel.
So I don't have a strong opinion on the ones before the committee today, but I think that every single one of them should absolutely be paid for. And I think that if you're going to get rid of all of them, I think you have to look at some of the provisions that are actually permanent. And I agree with you, we cut the rate down to 21%, and I think that means that a lot of tax breaks that didn't get cut should be cut.
As I think I said in my remarks, that I think that you should look at all the expenditures in the corporate code along with the extenders. I think it's going to be I think we're going to see whether or not some of those breaks that are on the permanent books are duplicative of the reduced rate. They may have lost their value, but they may still have value, in which case
I
they're
think
totally
there's some
lowering
that
it.
have lost their value. I don't know.
So I mean, I think it's really looking across the board, particularly for, you know, we're creating subsidies to counteract other subsidies, so just get rid of them all.
Yeah. Go ahead. Can you, is your mic on there or something?
There we go.
There.
When I look through them, I could probably find justifications for a number of them, certainly not all of them. But I would also point out that the ones that I tend to find most sympathetic, which are for things that we want as a nation, not necessarily here, though there's the education expenses one, but when we create subsidies for housing or education or things that we think are good, we ultimately end up driving the cost of those things up. So tax expenditures the subsidies have perverse effects where you make the things you're trying to make more affordable, ultimately more expensive. Healthcare exclusion is the biggest example of that. So as I look through these are more helping the industries do their jobs, and I'm a level playing field kind of person. I would be quite comfortable dropping all of them. Okay. And again, I would reinforce your point. We just had a massive tax cut. Massive tax cut. I don't think now is the moment to think about the need for more tax breaks. There are other more pressing priorities.
Mr. Halen?
I mean, if I had to choose, I think the ones that serve the most compelling public purposes are the ones that promote energy efficiency and renewable energies, because they promote, energy independence and also, help our climate. So if I were to choose some with the most merit, I would choose those. I definitely agree with the other panelists that, to the extent that we want to extend them or make them permanent, we should definitely pay for them. And I think the best way to make them pay for them is to look at the permanent special tax breaks in the code, including the ones like for fossil fuels that have been around for decades and decades. And also the new special tax breaks that were created by the new tax law, like the Section 199A deduction that really deserves much greater scrutiny.
I want to thank all our witnesses today, and if you can excuse yourself, we'll bring up the fourth panel.
Goes on, then it's on.
Right there. Are we ready?
I would like to welcome our fourth panel, who will finish us off today in terms of the hearing. First, we're going to hear from Cal Myers, Group Vice President and Chief Operating Officer for AG Processing, Inc. Second, we'll hear from Michael McAdams, President of Advanced Biofuels Association. Third, we'll hear from Edward Hubbard, General Counsel for Renewable Fuel Association. Fourth, we'll hear from Judy Petrie, Chair of the American Short Line and Regional Railroad Association. And finally, I'd like to welcome Barry Groom from my district, from Bradenton and Sarasota, Florida. He's a realtor and co-owner of Sarasota Bay Real Estate, Inc. Thank you all for being here again today. The committee has received your written statements, and they will be made part of the formal hearing record. Each of you will be recognized for your oral remarks. Mr. Myers, you may proceed. You've got 3 minutes.
Good afternoon, Chairman Buchanan, Ranking Member Doggett, and members of the committee. On the behalf of the National Biodiesel Board, the leading biodiesel trade association, thank you for allowing me to testify today on the role of biodiesel tax incentive. My name is Cal Meyer. I serve as Group Vice President and Chief Operating Officer at AGP. We're located in Omaha, Nebraska, and we're an agribusiness. We're also a member of MBB. We have 8 facilities. We have facilities in 8 states, and we employ over 1,100 employees. AGP is a leading producer of biodiesel. Biodiesel is a renewable, clean-burning diesel fuel made from a diverse mix of resources. History has shown that a well-crafted and efficient tax incentive can be powerful policy and mechanisms for new energy resources like biodiesel. In 2004, before the credit, our industry only produced 25 million gallons. Now the market has climbed to 2.9 billion gallons. And the public policy benefits of this tax incentive are clear. First, biodiesel creates jobs and helps grow the economy. In many rural areas of the country, biodiesel plants are a driving force for the local economy. Biodiesel industry supports 64,000 jobs, $11.42 billion in economic impact, and $2.54 billion in wages paid. Second, biodiesel adds value to other sectors of the economy, like agriculture. Biodiesel allows farmers to be more competitive in the global protein market as demand for biodiesel supports U.S. soybean processing and export opportunities. Lastly, America benefits from fewer toxic pollutants and improved air quality. Biodiesel reduces hydrocarbon emissions by 67% and life cycle greenhouse gases by 86%. This leads to health benefits such as lower rates of cancer and asthma. These benefits, however, will be jeopardized without the reinstatement of the biodiesel tax credit. Last year, Congress passed comprehensive tax reform, but failed to address the renewable energy. The limited retroactive extension of biodiesel incentives for 2017 was a useful first step, but we urge Congress to renew the biodiesel blenders tax incentive through 2018 at a minimum, while considering a multi-year approach. Doing so would drive new investment and establish market certainty for U.S. farmers, ranchers, petroleum marketers, blenders, and fuel retailers. In conclusion, the biodiesel blenders tax incentive has helped achieve the desired goal of expanding domestic production of American energy resources and jobs here at home. It is a worthy reinstatement. Thank you again for the opportunity to testify today, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Myers. Mr. McAdams, you're recognized for 3 minutes.
Chairman Buchanan, Ranking Member Doggett, members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to urge the extension of the tax incentives for biodiesel and renewable diesel. Today, I have the unique opportunity to testify on behalf of the Advanced Biofuels Association, the National Association of Truck Stop Operators, the National Association of Convenience Stores, the Petroleum Marketers Association of America, the Independent Trucking Association, the Gasoline Marketers of America, and the American Trucking Association. Together, these organizations represent every segment of the biodiesel supply chain, from feedstock growers to producers to blenders and retailers, as well as the largest fuel users in the United States. I want to thank the representatives Diane Black and Ron Kine for their strong support in introducing legislation last year that created an extension of the current law. I also want to thank Congressman George Holding for his support. Consistent with the legislation introduced by Representatives Black and Kine, our coalition supports continuing the credit as blenders credit with the ordinary phase down. First, the credit works as intended when it is prospectively in place for the market. The credit has helped create a success story under the Renewable Fuel Standard program when combined with the mandates and the RIN values. When the credit expires, the industry must either reduce investment or risk additional capital in anticipation of a retroactive extension. Currently, the industry is badly in need of the renewable diesel credit as quickly as possible. The RIN value for biodiesel and renewable diesel is currently at a level that is below the production cost for many of the people making biodiesel in the United States today. The cycle of lower RINs awaiting on the tax credit must be broken, and prospective certainty must be present so that the credit can achieve its true economic punching power. Since the credit's inception, the market has responded as Congress intended. We have built a biodiesel and renewable diesel industry with a distribution system that has driven consumer acceptance of these new fuels. The credit has been passed on to the consumer in the form of lower transportation fuels and heating oil prices. That is why the American Trucking Association, which moves 2/3 of this freight in the United States, supports this credit. Our coalition is aware that the Ways and Means Committee, in examining other expiring incentives, has to determine to phase them out rather than simply abruptly terminate them. While we believe the biodiesel and renewable diesel tax incentives should be made permanent, we understand that there may not be consensus to do that. Clearly, a longer time frame would help the transition of these markets with a softer landing, especially for smaller companies, like Diesel, that's right in Fort Myers, Mr. Chairman. That is why our coalition supports phasing out the credit of a period of years. However, it is imperative that the credit at the minimum be extended for the $1 for 2018. Given that Congress has frequently extended the credit retroactively, most recently in 17, the market petitions have already reasonably relied on the credit being retroactively extended. This year has been no different. I thank you for the opportunity to be here, and we urge that you extend the credit.
Thank you. Mr. Hubbard, you're recognized.
Thank you. Good morning, Chairman Buchanan, Ranking Member Doggett, and members of the subcommittee. My name is Ed Hubbard, and I'm the General Counsel for the Renewable Fuels Association. On behalf of RFA's membership, I'm honored to come before you and testify in support of several key tax incentives that have been critical to the growth and evolution of our nation's biofuel industry. For more than 30 years, the U.S. ethanol industry has worked to provide Americans with clean, renewable, and cost-competitive biofuels, and today, American-made ethanol has grown to become the lowest-cost, highest-octane fuel additive in the world. While the U.S. grain-based ethanol industry has matured into an efficient and highly competitive fuel supplier, the second-generation sector is much younger and has struggled to overcome immense financial and commercial obstacles. But in recent years, with the help of federal tax incentives, the U.S. second-gen sector has finally been able to actually produce second-gen biofuels at a commercial scale level. Recently, our members have been successful in employing bolt-on technologies that have allowed existing grain biorefineries to produce ethanol from the cellulosic fiber waste found in the corn kernel. Given this success, other biorefineries have been looking to invest and expand into this new technology. However, if we hope to continue this technological growth and innovation in the U.S. second-gen industry, it is critical that investors perceive a steady and reliable tax policy. Two key tax incentives supporting the growth of the second-generation ethanol industry are the second-generation production tax credit and the accelerated depreciation allowance for second-generation biomass property. These two incentives, which were enacted in 2008, expired at the end of 2013, and the industry has been forced to accept short-term extensions with the hope that a long-term extension would be addressed in time as part of a larger tax reform effort. In February of this year, Congress approved a one-year retroactive-only extension of these incentives. While it was better than nothing, what the industry needs is an extension that looks into the future. Therefore, we urge you to extend the second-generation PTC and accelerated depreciation rules for at least 2018, and subsequently to consider enacting a longer-term, more effective incentive. In addition, we're calling for Congress to modify and extend the alternative vehicle refueling property credit. In order for our industry to compete with petroleum at the pump, drivers need the ability to choose between alternatives using market-based drivers such as price, miles per gallon, octane, et cetera. However, it's been difficult to encourage many cash-strapped fuel retailers to invest in infrastructure upgrades. To encourage them to make these upgrades, the alternative vehicle refueling credit provides them a tax credit in an amount equal to 30% up to $30,000 of the cost of these upgrades. We believe this credit has not kept up with growth trends in retail fueling business. To improve the effectiveness of this credit, Congress needs to be focused on expanding eligibility and focusing on higher-level blends. Another much-needed modification would be to allow the credit for dual-use property. This would allow for the continued growth trend toward the use of blender pumps. Once again, I thank you for the opportunity to voice our industry's proposals on these important issues.
Thank you. Ms. Petrie, you're recognized.
Thank you. I'm the president of Farm Rail, a 349-mile short line railroad in Oklahoma, and I represent the nation's 600 small railroads. We operate 1/3 of the nation's rail network, and we are the only connection for much of rural and small-town America. The short line tax rehabilitation credit was enacted in 2004 and has been extended 6 times. Each time, it has been one of the most heavily co-sponsored and bipartisan pieces of tax legislation. The current legislation, which would make the credit permanent, has 256 co-sponsors, including 9 of the 15 members of this subcommittee. The credit allows us to spend more of what we earn rebuilding previously neglected branch lines held for abandonment. The investment needed to make our infrastructure capable of handling the modern 286,000-pound rail car is almost $11 billion. The industry reinvests on average 25 to 33% of our annual revenues, making us one of the country's most capital-intensive industries. The 45G credit has been instrumental in supporting that investment. Using Farm Rail as an example, over the last 5 years, we spent just over 40% of our revenue on track improvements, and almost a quarter of that came from the tax credit. You asked what's the value of this credit. Number one, keeping shippers and rural communities connected to the national freight network. Number two, shippers receive substantial competitive benefits. On my railroad, the cost of moving freight from Clinton to Enid is $2.24 per mile versus $3.75 per mile for comparable truck service. That's a 41% savings that stays in the local economy. Multiply that by the 10,000 shippers across the country, and that benefit is huge. Number three, virtually everything we buy, the steel rail, the wooden ties, the stone ballast, it's all made in America. You asked, why is the credit still needed? The new tax code benefits the economy, but short lines do not expect tax reform to replace the need for 45G, and here's why. Number one, we have massive track investment requirements. Even before tax reform, most of that could be immediately expensed. And number two, the nature of our industry serving customers in small towns who begin by shipping small volumes leaves the industry with little tax liability and therefore little benefit from a lower tax rate. But most importantly, and lastly, if you believe in strong markets, in small business, and in small town America, if you truly believe in buying American products and in rebuilding American infrastructure, then you must make 45G permanent. Thank you for your time, Mr. Chairman.
And thank you, Mr. Groom. Welcome to D.C., and you're recognized.
Thank you, Chairman Buchanan, Ranking Member Doggett, and the members of the subcommittee. I really appreciate the opportunity to be here today. I'm a local business owner. I also am testifying on behalf of the National Association of Realtors, as well as every homeowner across this great land. The question is whether the exclusion for forgiving mortgage debt should be permanent. In Florida, the exclusion has been vital in saving families from financial devastations. Residents of the Sunshine State suffered through some of the darkest days in the Great Recession. However, at the time, there was plenty of despair everywhere, not just in Florida. At its worst, as many as 25% of mortgaged homes in the United States had negative equity. Just because one home goes underwater does not necessarily mean that it will lead to a mortgage default. But consider this. The financial trouble we've seen since 2007 is not unlike the flu epidemic. The virus is all around us, and almost everyone is susceptible. In the case of those who lost their homes, they were hit by a double whammy. First, by a drop in equity, then by a job loss or some other catastrophe in their lives. This left many in foreclosures or short sales, and often some mortgage debt was discharged. As a realtor for approaching 20 years, I've often seen what can happen when a family experiences this firsthand. You see, these individuals are not deadbeats looking for a handout. Rather, these are good people faced with a very bad situation. If they must have to pay taxes on mortgage debt that is forgiven, they will suffer and likely have no choice but to leave our communities. Everyone would lose. This is just one example of how many across the country these families simply don't have the cash to pay these taxes. I would like to make another point. The exclusion for mortgage debt cancellation also delivers a huge dose of fairness. When the investment in a home goes up and owners sell it, they have a property capital gains. The tax code generously waives the capital gains up to $500,000. But when it happens and things go sour, equity is lost and the family is forced to short sale. Up through the last year, the exclusion stepped in and relieved an often impossible tax burden. If the exclusion is allowed to expire, however, we'll be left with a tax policy that rewards good fortune but piles on when the tables are turned. This is neither fair nor smart. Yes, the home equity situation in America is much better today than it was in 2010. But there are likely 2.5 million homes currently underwater across America. There are likely thousands of them in your respective districts. It is great to know that the flu is abating too, but pockets remain, and we all know that it will be back one day. Cases of negative home equity will ebb and flow, and the flow as well, even with a stronger economy. This is why we need a permanent exclusion to minimize the damages to families and neighborhoods and our community, and I thank you.
Well, thank all of you for your testimony. We'll now proceed to questions and answer session. I will defer my questions to the end of the question period. Now I recognize Ms. Snow.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And for those who have followed me during my time in Congress, they know that I'm a lifelong farmer and rancher. I'm from the state of South Dakota, so there's two of you that I'm going to focus on today, and it's regarding the biodiesel tax credit and the short line rail credit as well. And Mr. Meyer, I'd like to have you quickly respond, if you would. You talked specifically about what it meant to have this tax credit. I'd like you to address what it means to agriculture and our national security as far as growing our food and our fuel here in this country, and what biodiesel brings to the table.
Well, what biodiesel has done for our group here is given us an outlet for our soybean oil, and with that we've raised prices for soybeans because it's directly related to our industry and how many bushels we process. So if you look at a basic supply and demand table, there's hundreds of millions of bushels that are being processed today and value added into soybean meal and also soybean oil. And in addition, a portion of that soybean meal is exported. So when we talk about trade deficits and what we do to supply product into the Pacific Rim, another benefit is the fact that the protein that we grow and develop here, it goes into the meat industry, and the most value-added product we can export in agriculture is meat, and we do a lot of that also.
No, I appreciate that, because it is important that we recognize a change in policy is going to impact commodity prices, which right now, if you follow the agriculture industry, we're in a crisis situation. We've got farmers across the country going broke every single day. So a change in policy to not getting this tax credit re-extended again is going to be dramatic and have an impact on them, and that those byproducts that we have after producing biodiesel has an industry that's counting on those as well to be out there and available. Ms. Petri, I wanted to ask you a question about the short line tax credit, because it impacts agriculture as well, and the fact that it impacts our basis and our transportation costs, and it's so much that is invested into these rail in order to keep them upgraded and fully functional. And a lot of times those costs could get passed on to people that are using your rail line. And what it means to have a lower basis cost is critically important. But we've seen in South Dakota a lot of investment in maintaining these rail. And all of our industries are so reliant on making sure they can't be successful unless these rail lines are successful. And could you speak a little bit about what that means to rural America?
I certainly can, and you're correct. We are vitally important to the shippers, but the shippers are vitally important to the railroads. We fit hand in hand together. Rural America is served by small short lines who inherited track that was neglected and was going to be abandoned. So we have track that's hundreds of years old. We have a bridge on the north end of Oklahoma that's 115 years old. It's 184 feet long, and it has to be replaced. 90-pound rail, and I brought an example. My industry has been at this. This is 90-pound rail, little tiny stuff.
Yeah.
This is a 115-pound rail. It cost virtually $500,000 per mile just to replace the rail. That's not the ties, that's not the ballast. But that being said, why is it important? It's important because we're moving the rural economy.
You're moving the
We're
economy.
moving.
And Mr. Chairman, if this tax credit isn't in place, that cost is going to go right on all these industries in the economy and damage them right at a time when we're trying to help them grow. With that, I'll yield back.
Thank you, and I'll recognize the distinguished gentleman, the ranking member, Mr. Doggett, for whatever questions he may have.
Thanks so much, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate the testimony of each of you. Each of you have pointed to the problems that the uncertainty over these tax provisions presents. And I'm very sympathetic to that concern. I believe these tax provisions should be paid for, but you either need to be included in the code or excluded. I am for at least some of the provisions that have been described here. Certainly, I've seen people, Mr. Grooms, who face the situation that you described on their home, and they certainly don't think the fact that they're able to survive in that home is a taxable activity. At the same time, what we're focused on today is such a small part of the uncertainty that exists with taxes. Mr. Chairman, I would ask unanimous consent to put in the record a recent Bloomberg article called "No One's Sure Who Qualifies for This $415 billion U.S. Tax Deduction."
I agree.
And what this article is about is the great uncertainty that was created last year in rushing through an unpaid tax bill that includes provisions like the new pass-through provisions. $415 billion, much more than what's at stake at this panel or what's at stake in today's entire hearing. I believe that that $415 billion tax deduction that's provided there is directed to the so-called pass-through provisions, some of which have merit, but seem to be focused, particularly after the conference committee in secret completed its handiwork, as primarily benefiting real estate moguls like Donald Trump and Jared Kushner. Republicans claim they wanted to help small businesses on pass-through. According to the small business majority, the majority of the benefits will go to the largest 2.6% of pass-through businesses. Now, maybe the Bloomberg analysis is wrong, and maybe the estimates of the small business majority are wrong, but we will never know because there was never a single public hearing on that provision to allow people like you from the real estate industry or otherwise to come forward and discuss the issues involved. And that really goes to the core of the problem, because today we have the chairman of this committee out saying, well, we need another $400 or $500 billion of borrowed tax breaks, borrowing from afar to have more tax breaks, and we don't know if there'll be any hearing on that, but we haven't had a hearing or an understanding of the impact of the last $2 trillion. And I think a responsible committee process calls for us taking a thorough look not only at these modest provisions, as important as they are to you, but that we look at the pass-through provision, we look at all these international corporate tax dodges, and consider one by one what the handiwork is that this committee has already done in the past, and those may provide some of the pay-fors that can pay for legitimate provisions that have been left out there, extended and suspended. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Mr. Reichard, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for your testimony today. My home state of Washington has been the beneficiary of biodiesel plant investments that employ hundreds of Washingtonians. Mr. Meyer, what is the impact of the expiration of the biodiesel tax credit on the market?
It absolutely has created uncertainty. In addition to that, we have had the marketplace speculating whether it would be reinstated or not. And that's actually created some real difficulty in product distribution throughout the United States, because you'll have some of our customers become long product or short or what have you. And so the expiration, and again, like you've all described here today, just unknowingly it's here, it's not here. And it makes it difficult to make those investments both for our customer and our company. that represent the biodiesel group.
So it causes speculation and uncertainty and led to some problems in product distribution. Can you describe what you mean by that?
Basically, like if you have an expiring program, the potential for building up supplies at the end of the calendar year where it expires, so the first quarter of the next year, maybe 4 months, the industry doesn't run. So it's up and down. We truly haven't had the opportunity to see this work since you made some good decisions here in Washington on stopping the dumping from South America into our marketplace. So we truly haven't even seen the full RFS, RENs, and the tax credit work like it could. But they're definitely provided some good jobs. This is good legislation that you passed.
Okay. Appreciate it. Thank you. A key to the success of Washington State's economy is the movement of goods. By connecting customers to the National Freight Railroad Network, Shortline Railroad play an integral role in getting goods to the market. For several Congresses, I've played a role in this and proud to be a co-sponsor of a bill to make 45G permanent, along with Representative Jenkins. And she's been a leader on this also. So Ms. Petrie, can you discuss the role of 45G in the new tax code?
Yes, sir, I can. As I remarked earlier, 45G is vital in order for us to sustain our railroads and to continue to grow our railroads. We've got to get to the point where we're handling 286,000-pound cars. Most short lines can only handle 268,000. So what we've done in the past is we have taken the money, our own money, and invested it into the track, and with the help of 45G, we're able to take that additional funds, those additional tax credit dollars, and turn that back into the track. So we continue to reinvest our own money. Traditionally, the work that we have done has been maintenance, and so it's expensed completely. So the tax reform is excellent, but it doesn't move the dial in the needs that the short lines have because we're already expensing the maintenance. Where we need help is to help us rebuild, and we're not asking for a handout. Instead, we're asking you for a hand up. Help us to be able to continue to spend our money, our funds, at a greater level than what we would traditionally spend, and then to turn around and reinvest that money, the tax credit money, right back into the track. You're making a big difference every time that you enact 45G.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Larson. You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I want to thank the panelists. I want to thank Mr. McAdams for your testimony in terms of a soft landing, Mr. Hubbard for your comprehensive view. Ms. Petrie, I think that both Ms. Noem and Mr. Reichert make a very compelling case, and Mr. Grooms, no one could be more passionate in terms of an understanding for the situation that through no fault of their own, people find themselves in. And I would say, Mr. Meyer, as well with regard to biofuels, these are all areas that I think should be made permanent. And I think it would have a lasting impact on the economy, provided that we're willing to pay for it. And herein lies the problem with Congress. And what I've been saying to the panelists throughout is that there are many individuals, though, who have suggested that, you know, the tax cut, the bill itself was $1.5 trillion, but some estimated it's $2.3 trillion, and there have been many leading American figures, most of them, I dare say, are Republican, who have stepped forward and said we ought to look at a revenue-neutral carbon tax that would allow us the opportunity to either utilize the money in a way that we would be able to fund infrastructure projects that allow us to invest back into the economy, to allow the permanency or certainty that all of you are requesting, and whether it's in terms of a burden placed on a homeowner or whether it's the ability to incentivize biofuels in a way that is going to impact the economy long term, that we're not just offloading debt on the American people, but we're actually working together in order to rebuild the nation. I think that's in everyone's interest. Mr. Blumenauer has argued this more eloquently than anyone on our panel. He's talked about a gasoline tax, but whatever the vehicle is, I wish more people, when they come forward, not only understanding that what you have is a very good cause, but also would say, and you know what? We have to pay for this. You know, I said to a panel, everybody wants to go to heaven, but nobody wants to die. And, you know, I'm not asking you to die. I'm just asking people to, when they pass the basket on Sunday, everybody's got to contribute in order for us to succeed. And we haven't been willing to do that. We operate in a mythical country where we can wave a magic wand. In this case, it happens to be a tax break that everybody desires. But long term, and everybody on this panel knows it, and both sides are guilty, we just can't continue to do this. We have to pay as we go. And I thank you all for your testimony, and I would support your initiatives. I hope you'll support pay-fors like a carbon tax.
Thank you. Mr. Rice?
Thank you. Mr. Meyer, you quoted some figures where you said that you were producing, I think you said 25 million gallons of biodiesel before the tax credit was allowed.
And that was in 2004, is the statistics that we had from the biodiesel.
And in 2017, what is it now?
Market currently has grown to 2.9 billion gallons.
So that's about 1,000 times as much.
It's gone up significantly.
And you think that the subsidy we provide has a lot to do with that?
I think when our customers, the oil company.
How much is the subsidy per gallon?
Well, when you look at the dollar credit and you divide that by 7, you're looking at $1 a gallon subsidy off the cost of the biodiesel.
If you didn't have that,
to our customer.
if you didn't have that $1 a gallon subsidy, would it be economically viable?
The marketplace, obviously, we all know in this room, oil goes up and down in a number of things, but I got to tell you
What's the cost of production per gallon?
it runs right around, when you look at cost of production, we're looking at, it's about, we would say in oil terms, we're looking at about 600 points in oil, and that's on a pound per I'm thinking in soybean oil terms.
Can you get me to a gallon figure? I'm running out of time.
I can do that.
Okay.
Hang on just a minute.
You know, here's the thing. I mean, I understand it creates jobs and it's important for farmers, and I certainly don't want to hurt them, and I know their corn prices are down, but if I want to open a cotton candy stand and the federal government's going to give me $1 a sleeve of cotton candy, I can create a lot of jobs. Now, that doesn't mean it's viable. That doesn't mean I can make money. So just the creation of jobs by itself, I mean, if the federal government's going to give you money to create jobs, then that's not any magic, right?
Well,
this thing needs to be economically viable. I'm sorry, I got 1 minute left, and I got to go to the ethanol guy, Mr. Hubbard. Mr. Hubbard, I've read report after report after report after report. Ethanol drives up the cost of gasoline. It is not environmentally friendly. I know I've had to rebuild several carburetors in my ATVs because of it. It drives up the cost of food. So, again, I know farmers have relied on this, and they've changed the use of their land, and I know it creates jobs in that regard, but shouldn't we get a glide path and look for a way to get off of this subsidy instead of continuing this?
Well, I want to make a big distinction here. When we're talking about ethanol in general, we're speaking about the entire industry as a whole. And ethanol is the lowest cost, highest octane fuel additive on the planet. I said that in my remarks. We initially became an industry in an effort to try to address oil price shocks in the 70s. And then we had oil shortages and oil crisis issues in the early 2000s. But over the years,
And that was before fracking. And now we got 100 years right here in the United States.
But what we've learned over the years is our true value to the fuel, oil and gas market, to the fuel system. We don't displace oil and gas. We displace other fuel additives such as benzene, toluene, and xylene. We used to have MTB, methyl tertiary butyl ether, that we used as an oxygen and an octane enhancer. When ethanol took off, it was when MTBE was discovered that MTBE was so toxic, it had to be removed from our country's underground storage tanks. So the challenge for our industry
We're
is
going to have to
challenge for the oil-
conclude to keep it moving. You all right?
I'd be happy to append that.
Thank you, appreciate that. Mr. Blumenauer, you're recognized.
Thank you. I appreciate Ms. Petri your being here on behalf of the short lines. I must say that working with your industry over the years has been a great learning experience for me, and I think it is one of the successes. The current legislation that Representative Jenkins and I have has 256 co-sponsors, a majority of the Senate. This is broadly supported, and it's broadly supported for a reason. And I appreciate you referencing it, but you might elaborate. The short line industry has inherited vital transportation links across the country. These are rail lines that were abandoned by the Class 1s for a variety of reasons, and they weren't keeping them maintained. These are links to little factories, little mills, small towns that do not provide the volume or the revenues to justify the capital expenditures. And even though you can deduct it, it's not enough to get over that process. And I would hope that maybe we could just take a moment to elaborate a little bit. It's in your testimony, but I think Mr. Chairman, it's a very important point that these lifelines, these small farms, mills, factories, got to get into the system before they can take advantage of broader transportation networks. You want to just elaborate a little bit on the situation you face and some of the people that you serve? The stories of some of these literally mom and pop operations where it's a husband and wife, a nephew, and a cousin who bring these things back to life. Can you talk about your situation?
I would love to. That's actually my favorite thing to talk about. So about 3 years ago, we had the great pleasure of opening up a rail station known as Eric, Oklahoma. I'm sure that I'm not the only person in this room who remembers a guy named Roger Miller. Dang me, ought to take a rope and hang me. Eric, Oklahoma is the home to Roger Miller. Has probably about 1,500 residents, hadn't seen a train in 30 years. I remember the last time a train ran there because it was in my first year of employment at Farm Rail. And it was a grain train. We pulled grain out, and it was 5 or 6 rail cars. So we were fortunate enough that we were able to reopen this town of Eric. And we brought in a frac sand transloading facility, a multi-million-dollar facility into a town of 1,500 people. And the town woke up and began to breathe again because there was vitality brought back. And Roger Miller's old music wasn't the only ones that was being played in the background. Eric, Oklahoma, was destitute. And then someone took a chance on Eric, Oklahoma, and it's made a huge difference. Another story, little customer started on us in 2013. They were moving frac sand.
I noticed my time's elapsed, but Mr. Chairman,
Oh, I'm sorry.
Suffice it to say, there are story after story about this effort, and it would not have been possible without the tax credit. I appreciate the conversation, but I think this will meet the test that you're challenging us in terms of why it should be there and why it should be permanent. And we can get more examples if the committee likes.
Thank you. Mr. Smith, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to our panel for this exchange here today. I think it's productive, and Mr. Chairman, thank you for facilitating this. I think it's very interesting when we talk about renewable fuels. I think there's a fantastic story to tell in terms of diversifying our energy sources. I think in terms of newer technologies that are always more efficient than older technologies. Sometimes I think that the criticism of biofuels is levied using old information. Actually, information from a time when biofuels enjoyed a lot more political support than it might today. But I think it's important to note that, we want an affordable way to hit the octane levels that are currently required. But I also think it's pretty darn cool when you break down either a kernel of corn or a soybean or what have you, in terms of what all can be extracted from that, even more than the fuel itself, whether it's feed, whether it's even other products. Mr. Meyer, could you elaborate a bit more? You touched on it before in terms of feed and to livestock, but can you break down even further the added value that the processing can facilitate, or the various products that can result as well?
Well, one of the benefits through the growth of this industry has been the co-products that we do, like you mentioned. One is glycerin. Many years we've had a lot of imported glycerin come into the United States, and now with our production here in the United States, we were able to supply that product, and it's further refined, and it's in the healthcare and number of different products. It may be in the radiator in your car. So it's a green, renewable product in the glycerin market, and so that's been a growth for us in the co-product area.
Anyone else wish to comment on that? You want to hit your mic there. Touch on your button. Thanks.
Certainly the importance that this industry has provided is really based on what it's replacing in the market. Our fuel system requires oxygen, an oxygenator, in order so that we have a clean burn out the carburetor. As a result of that, we get cleaner air. In addition to that, oil and gas manufacturers need octane in order for these engines to run efficiently. So when we're looking at ethanol as an input in our fuel system, we're replacing more expensive additives, and we're ultimately cleaning the environment. So the value of ethanol not only exists from the growth that it provides to the value add from the farming community, but also to the consumer. And just to go back to another particular issue, the issue of cost. As an octane enhancer, as an oxygenate, ethanol is generally run 60 cents to $1 cheaper than all other alternatives. So to the question or to the comment that it drives up cost for consumers, that's not entirely true. In fact, ethanol and higher ethanol blends are providing savings to consumers. And this is being done without the help of tax incentives for the traditional grain-based conventional part of the industry. But the real issue that we're talking about here is the second generation, the emerging technologies that are existing out there that need some sort of treatment and some sort of help in order to
thank you. The
develop.
time has expired, but I think also my E15 bill to allow the sale of E15 year-round would be a great way to go forward to it as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Kelly, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you all for being here today. I actually want to talk to two of the witnesses, and maybe we can go through this. I mean, the 3 minutes isn't nearly enough that you need to explain your business models. First, Ms. Petrie. I'm not sure most of them some of us do, but not a lot of us understand what the short line is. In my district in Pennsylvania, there's an 18-mile regional railroad in Butler County. At the end of the branch, there are 2 petrochemical firms that are major domestic manufacturers of high-quality ingredients used in numerous widely used personal care products. Both rely on service by our smaller railroads to compete in what is a very competitive global market for the products they produce. Between these 2 companies alone, they employ more than 400 industrial sector jobs. Now, I know our local railroad is working to upgrade this branch line to handle heavier freight cars, and that such cars will help these 2 companies compete. But if you can, would you tell us what other types of products are carried on the short lines in general, and how the economic impact? I think sometimes we miss the total economic footprint of what it is that you all do and how it adds to tax revenues.
Certainly, I'll be happy to do that. Our railroads move a lot of wheat. We live in hard red winter wheat country. So the short line, my short lines, move wheat to large grain facilities where the grain is unloaded and later reloaded into a train that's hauled out by the Burlington Northern, a unit train. And that wheat then goes to other states for different products. It also goes to export markets. You know, think of it this way. We're the major railroads, the Burlington, the Union Pacific, whatever, they're the main arteries in our network. The short lines are the veins. We're the capillaries. We handle generally the first mile or the last mile. Pretty much everything starts on us or ends on us, whether it's wheat or sand. We are important to the economy because we employ so many people, and our customers employ so many people.
Yeah, I don't want to cut you short, but I mean, if you can get back to me in writing on that, because it's really critical. But I only have another minute left. I wanted to ask Mr. McAdams, buy a Hero box in our plant here, you know, certainty in commercial markets is obviously important, particularly when it comes to taxes. Can you describe how the domestic biodiesel industry, including producers such as Hero BX, would have responded if Congress had provided longer-term certainty of the tax incentive over the past years or going forward? I think that's what we're trying to get to. If we have the certainty, you can build a business plan.
Congressman, that's a great question. Let me say it's broader than just the producer of the biofuel, too. It's the guys that put the blending equipment in on the street so that you can actually put it into the truck.
Yeah.
So I represent Love's and Pilot Flying J, two of the largest 15 billion gallons of diesel a year that are sold. And they would love to buy Hero's biodiesel and put it into the trucks that come into their truck stops, because they sell 30% of all the biodiesel diesel sold in the United States. But without this credit, they don't get remuneration for the investments they make for the blending equipment, which create the RINs, which allow the refineries to be able to comply with the RFS to start with. One of the things this committee did very well was harmonize the tax credits and the code for all 5 of the biodiesel credits, right? The second generation credit, the alternative fuels credit, with what the RFS was doing, so that you had a policy that was built on each other that delivered great value and performance, particularly in the biodiesel field.
Yeah, what I'm going to do, and I mean this because there's just not enough time to cover this. You're getting your day in court, but it's not really a day, it's 3 minutes. The economic impact of what it is that you do, your business models, are so critical to this country. Whether it's the short line with Ms. Petrie or whether it's the biodiesel people, this is an incredible economic impact on the country. I wish we had more time to talk about. Would you please get back to us and let us know? But I also want you to all talk about what you pay in taxes, how you support Social Security through wage taxes, all your real estate taxes, all the other things that you do that provide revenue in the communities that you work in this great country. So thank you so much for being here. I'm sorry we don't have more time, but thank you all for your time.
Thank you, Mr. LaHood. You recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I want to thank the witnesses for your valuable testimony here today and your advocacy. I represent a district that is a heavy agriculture district. I think it's the 8th largest in the country in terms of corn and soybean production. And I've been a strong supporter at the state level and the federal level of renewable fuels. And I've seen firsthand the technology and the efficiency and the creativity and the jobs that have been created by renewable fuels and the downstream effect throughout our rural Midwest and in my district in central and west central Illinois. Mr. Meyer, I wanted to ask you, when we think about the biodiesel tax credit, tell us how it's achieved its policy goals.
Well, the three things you look at is that we've got a clean air, jobs, in supportive of farm prices. It's definitely, soybean prices have gone up, and our company has an estimate out there of about 60 cents a bushel. We currently produce about 4 billion bushels a year in this country. So you definitely have an offset according to the farm economy there.
And the credit gets shared with the people filling up the tank.
Yeah, explain that a little bit.
So the dollar credit gets shared in the transaction between our members that produce the fuel and those members that buy the fuel. And it's significant. And one of the issues with this credit not being in place is under the RFS, you have a RIN that goes with the fuel, and that RIN has a price with it. That gets priced into the fuel as well. When the credit's expired, what happens is this gambling game in the industry goes on about, is the credit coming back? And if they think it is, then the price of the RIN stays low. And so now we've got people that, like this gentleman here, who have to produce a fuel below the cost, waiting for the credit to come back. So of all the things you can do, that retroactivity piece is helpful, but we really need it prospectively, not retroactively, because like I said, you lose the bang economically that you're trying to get out of the credit.
And Mr. Meyer, how have taxpayers benefited?
Well, you have economic development. We've hired a number of folks over the years as we've expanded our business, and these are family wages. And you're talking about rural, whether it's in Missouri or it's in Iowa. Basically, these are good jobs for families, and we've expanded in that area. We also employ, whether it's railroads, whether it's the trucking businesses, the local communities, and the taxes paid there. So it's a definite shot in the arm for rural development.
And in terms of biodiesel facilities, we tend to think that they're located in the Midwest. Can you talk a little bit about the geographical diversity of these facilities?
There's facilities from the Carolinas all the way to California, so they're throughout. And we heard earlier, Washington State. So there's a number of states that have biodiesel facilities in them.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Kelly, would you like another 3 minutes?
I wish we could spend a lot more time than 3 minutes.
Yeah.
I would just encourage every
Takes
single
20
member
minutes.
of Congress to go and visit these places. I mean, listen, I've been to Genesee and Wyoming. I know what these folks do. And too many people don't know. When you talk about short line, I'm telling you, some people know. I know about it because my grandpa was a conductor on the B&O. When we talk about the biodiesel, I know because I've been to those plants and I see what they've done. And you have to actually know what it is you're talking about before you can come before people and say, well, answer this question for me, answer that question for me. I want to thank you all for what you do. You provide a heck of a lot of revenue to help run this wonderful country of ours, and we have to give you a permanent tax strategy so that you can actually develop a business plan that makes sense. I don't think that retroactive tax policy is good for going forward. That's just me. But I don't know anybody in business today that says, you know, I know what I did last year, and I can depend on what I did last year. I don't know going forward where I am. That's a very dangerous way to approach the future. So, no, Chairman, I really appreciate you giving me enough time because you've got to see what these folks do, and you've got to be there with them. You've got to understand what all they do for our communities. So, anyways, I'm all for making these permits.
All right, well, you've been patient. Let me ask you, Mr. Grooms, in terms of the issue that you've brought forward, a lot of people talking about the railroads you were talking about, they don't understand different markets are different, but we have, you know, at least in our region, probably a lot different parts of Florida, we have boom bust in real estate. Real estate's one of our biggest industries. But after 2008, there was a lot of people, if you bought in 2006, you paid at the top end of the market. And then come 9, 10, 11, if you had to get out of the house or you lost your job after the economy, many houses, Lakewood Ranch and a lot of different places, fell in half. They paid $500, now it's worth $250. They can't make the payment. So maybe you could expound on that a little bit.
The gross effect that it has on an overall community?
Yeah, I'm just talking about the extender that you're here talking about today.
Well, the primary extender that we're talking about is, the only analogy that I can think of is you don't want to buy fire insurance when your house is on fire. And that's really what we're looking at with this. We've been advocating since 2000, before the bust in the market. 2010 was an incredible year in a very negative way to the real estate industry. Not only did it affect the housing prices, the neighborhoods around it, but it created a ripple effect going into how do we value properties going forward? How do we measure distressed properties against current properties that are not distressed? And it created a lot of challenges for both the banking industry and the appraisal industry. So it's not just the fact of that this is, because it's not an income. The deficiencies in the two are not an income. An income you can pay your debt with. An income you can put your kids through school with. This is not an income. This is a great loss to the community. And so we also, I wish Mr. Larson was still here because he asked the question, you want to go to heaven but you don't want to die. Well, the current tax bill, actually there were sacrifices in it for the American people, and that comes in the way of the mortgage income deduction and also the caps on real estate taxes. So there is a skin in the game by the people that we're looking at. The disparities that we have in the market are great. I know we've given you statistics and analytics that are from very smart people, much smarter than me, but I'll also challenge you that there's a shadow inventory of these properties out there. And by not, in my opinion, by not making this permanent in the tax code, what you're going to be doing is penalizing the people who haven't had the short sale or foreclosure yet, that with one little blip in their lives, I have a nephew and a niece, a firefighter and a nurse, who are up to here with the value of their home and it needs repairs. If anything happens in their lives and they experience a job loss, they will be homeless. We will lose a quality firefighter and a quality nurse from our community. That's the great impact of it.
Let me ask this question, pose this question I did to the first two panels. Tax reform, the new law that got put in place January 1 of this year. We cut corporate taxes 43%. We cut pass-throughs, when you add it up, 25%. We went to full expensing. So the thing I get questioned with, and I don't know exactly, you know, everybody's a little different, and when you're in the rural communities, it's a little bit different. But we want to take these extenders and make them, you know, get rid of a lot of them, but I also make some of them permanent law so we can get out of the extender business, because we're in business. How do you, I mean, at the end of the year, you got to figure out whether you're going to pass an extender or not. It's not the way to do business. It makes 0 sense. So I guess the question I pose to all of you, maybe not your industries, but a lot of industries, they're getting substantial benefits. Corporate America, 43%, like I said. Pass-through entities, which make up 90-some% of the entities, get a 25% cut this year. Full expensing, it's a big deal. So my point is that what we're going to look at, a lot of us, is we don't want people double dipping. Not to say you are or your industries, because I'll be honest with you, I don't know enough about the industries. But I do want to give you all a minute or so, just to, or whatever time you need, just to talk about, you know, is this something that your industry needs despite the substantial cuts that got put in place the first of the year? Mr. Meyer, why don't you, everybody take 30 seconds or a minute or something real quick.
Mr. Chairman, well, the tax reform obviously is very stimulative to the economy. You know, our request in the tax credit to be reinstated in biodiesel is really a targeted program for improving, again, a continued success in improving air quality, farm prices, and jobs. So, in essence, I look at those as two separate things in our area.
Mr. Chairman, I would give you an example of somebody that didn't benefit from the tax bill. That's a pre-revenue company. And so in the second-generation industry, for the second-generation cellulosic credit and the depreciation, I have two members that are about to build two of the most innovative plants in the world, one that uses wood, the other uses solid waste to make diesel and jet fuel. And yet they have no revenue, and that dollar helps buy down their competition against the incumbent industries. So really key, they didn't really get it, they can't double dip, but we only have 13 million gallons of liquid transportation fuels from cellulosic today, and we were supposed to have 6 billion under the RFS. So that's an area where we could have rural development all over the country using new feedstocks that would bring jet fuel and drop-in fuels that we've always wanted and never had.
Maybe the term's not double dip, but the thought is if you get substantial benefit.
They don't have any revenue.
Yeah, then that's my point is that. Mr. Hubbard?
Yeah.
For most of our industry, we're pre-commercial, so many of our industries, many of our companies operate in a net operating loss situation. When we're looking at investment and improvement and technological innovation, we're all going after the same energy dollar, this same energy investment dollar. But when these investors, private equity funds, are looking at our industry, they're looking at first the oil and gas industry, which has permanent tax credits. Then they're looking at other industries that have longer-term credits. And then there's the second-generation biofuel industry, which has essentially a one-year extension. So we're not providing any sort of certainty for those investors
So
looking
in
at
terms of your industry, how big is it dollar-wise? Your industry.
the traditional grain-based ethanol industry, we're producing 15 billion gallons, but the second-generation ethanol industry at this moment
What's
very
the
small.
dollar amount? What does that extrapolate to? Just a ballpark,
40 billion, I don't.
40 billion, 30 billion, you're saying nobody makes any money? Is that what you're saying?
No, specifically with respect to the second-generation ethanol industry, and that's really what we're talking about. These are first-time movers moving in not traditional grain-based technologies, but moving into new technologies that are first of its kind and have not had the opportunity to kind of develop production efficiencies. Really, when we're going after the dollar, we use the second-generation production tax credit and the accelerated depreciation when we're trying to secure financing. Now, that's certainly something that we look at the outset, but once these practices are starting to mature.
I guess the question, if you're not making much money, why do you need the write-offs?
Because there's great opportunity there. We certainly see a profit. We are, as an ethanol industry, we think that the same thing that has occurred with the traditional grain-based industry can also occur with the second-generation industry. It's not a matter of not making money. It's a matter of improving performance, improving production efficiencies, and eliminating the waste and dealing with some of the commercial obstacles that only first-time movers have to face.
Thank you, Ms. Petrie.
Thank you. As I mentioned earlier, our industry is very capital intensive. We literally take the money that we make.
Yeah, I think it's a big issue in your area. My sense of it, rural communities, rail. I mean, I don't know, but I got to think it's a big factor. So go ahead.
It's huge. It's huge. And 45G has been instrumental in getting us to where we are today. But we've had 100 years to make up for. So we've been behind the 8 ball for more than 100 years. And as we need to change our market base, as we need to increase our market base, that means we need to move to a bigger, heavier rail car. And we can't do that with the infrastructure. I mean, look at the difference in this rail. Mm-hmm. But one of the things that helps us is when we know ahead of time. I mean, in Oklahoma, we might not get any rain, so we may not have a profitable year. But I still have to reinvest back into the track. 45G has been instrumental in helping us to do that.
Mr. Grooms, you have anything to add? I mean, you kind of had a chance.
Just briefly, we are very unique with the panels here today, and I've been watching it all morning. And the difference, I think, primarily when it comes to the housing is we're dealing with people. We're dealing with the American dream. We're dealing with what we've all known and what we've all grown up to believe is the most important thing in life is home ownership. Many of the people that have had to sacrifice because of a short sale or foreclosure, they don't get tax breaks. They don't have any money. That's the bottom line on it. To think of it as an income is absolutely ridiculous. We've supported this. Ours is a little unique in the sense that we've identified a problem that we had in the year 2000 when there wasn't a problem. And again, I make that statement. I want people to think about that. You're from Florida, you'll get it. You're not going to get hurricane insurance when your eye of the hurricane's over you.
I read in the paper USA Today, I think it was a year ago, 6 months ago, 62% of Americans don't have $1,000 in the bank. So what that tells me, they're living paycheck to paycheck, and that's why if you have one blip, someone loses a job in a bad economy, your house goes in half, and you can't pay the payment. I know that's a big deal because I've lived through multiple recessions, 80, 90, the one we just had. So there's a lot of things there. I do want to close on one other point that's been made you said you watched it all day. There's been a lot talked about debt and deficits. And I would just say, what we've tried to do in this package of tax reform is grow the economy, create a bigger pie. Instead of growing at 1.5%, the slowest growth in 50 years, try to grow it at 3%. So if we're right in what we're doing, what we've got in the last 10 years hasn't been working. We've created $10 trillion in debt, slowest economy in 50 years. So what our vision is, we want to grow this economy instead of 1.5%, 3.5%. With the idea you get a bigger pie and you get more revenues. And at the end of the day, whatever tax cuts they pay for themselves because you got more money coming in the Treasury. We're losing a lot of our companies going offshore. because there's more friendly tax environments in the world. So 21% corporate tax. We haven't done tax reform since the late 80s. It's been 30-some years ago, and the world's changed. The global economy's changed. So the thought is, what we've got's not working. Let's see if we can't figure out a way to stimulate and grow this economy. That's the purpose on our side of the aisle that we're trying to do. And I always find it amazing because they all of a sudden now they want to talk about debt and deficits. But the reality is we've run up $10 trillion in debt. We got more debt in the last 10 years than we've got since George Washington and George Bush. Now all of a sudden it's about deficits. So our goal is to try to grow our communities, make America the best place in the world to do business. So with that, I'd like to thank our witnesses for appearing before us today. Please be advised that members will have 2 weeks to submit written questions to be answered later in writing. Those questions and your answers will be made part of the formal hearing record. And with that, the subcommittee stands adjourned.